Good afternoon, ladies and gentlemen, and welcome to the live coverage of round 6 of the FIDE World Senior Team Championship. Well, as you will notice, first let's get over with the bad news, and that is that we have some technical difficulties with the live feed from the playing hall, but we hope to solve this as the games progress. So the games are ongoing, so we can start checking them. We start with the S50 section, and we have three very interesting matches. USA against Iceland on board 1, Italy against Austria on board 2, and North Macedonia Alkaloid against England 1 on board 3, which may be the toughest match here. Okay, let's start with the games. On board 1, in the match USA-Iceland, we have Shabalov against Hjartarson. I spoke a little bit about Johan Hjartarson. He was an elite player in the late 80s. He qualified for the candidates matches. Surprisingly to many, myself included at that time, was that he beat Viktor Korchnoi in a match. And then, perhaps it was expected, he lost to Anatoly Karpov. So, in some kind of a twist of fate, Hjartarson was the hand of fate, perhaps, to prevent yet another third match between Karpov and Korchnoi, had Korchnoi beaten him in that candidates match. So, e4, e5 has been played, knight f3, knight c6, bishop b5, a6, main line of the Ruy Lopez, also known as the Spanish opening. So bishop b3, d6. Nowadays, all the rage is the move order with short castle, threatening the marshal attack with c3, with d5. And now white players play all sorts of stuff, not allowing the marshal. It can be h3, it can be d3, it can be a4, and sometimes even it can be a3. But Hjartarson sticks to the, let's say, more classical move order, not trying to scare anybody with the marshal. So c3, castles, h3, and now goes for the Chigorin variation, knight a5. And this is interesting because nowadays the Chigorin does not have that great reputation, more or less because of what happened a bit later in this game. So bishop c2, c5, d4, queen c7. At some point there was a surge in popularity for the move knight d7, which was introduced by Paul Keres in the Curaçao candidates tournament in 1962 against none other than Bobby Fischer. Fischer reacted with dc5 and knight d2 and won a really classical game, a very fine game. But then next time, Keres did not abandon actually his move, and it turned out to be quite a viable one and quite popular. For example, there were some developments in this line after, let's say, d5 and let's say f5, and so on. So ef5, knight b6. So it was something like this some long time ago in this century. But Hjartarson sticks to the queen c7, the most classical move, knight d2, even though d5 is also very popular. And the decline in popularity of the Chigorin variation is that as time passed, and starting from the 70s actually, with Anatoly Karpov, he was the first one who started blocking the center like this with d5 in the Chigorin variation, and he won several classical games on the white side. And it turned out, well, that these blocked positions are pretty difficult for black, because white basically can play on both wings. He can go something like a4, or sometimes b3, or even b4 on the queen side, depending on circumstances, yeah. And he also has the traditional Spanish play on the king side by getting the knight to g3 and playing on the king side as well. Often white even combines these two and is pressing on both wings. So this tendency of being passive and on the defensive on both wings have deterred black players from employing the the classical Chigorin variation. And this obviously gave rise to alternative lines in the Spanish that Black employs more often. For example, Magnus Carlsen really liked the Breyer variation with knight b8, for example. Nothing wrong with Karapov's favorite, the Zaitsev variation with bishop b7, and and so on. Yeah. Knight f5 was played. Okay, d4, queen c7, knight bd2 first, and now bishop d7. It's interesting that Black doesn't take the opportunity to open up the position a little bit on the queen side. It's not granted that this gives him easier play. It's just an option, yeah. But he chooses to give white the option to close the center, which now white does, d5 and g6. So this will be a pretty longish, let's say, strategical battle here. One move here to start with is b3 to stop this knight from coming to c4, when most likely Black will send the knight to b7, d8, and most likely will follow the Rubinstein setup, defensive setup on the king side. By the way, I announced it on social media just before starting. I published a new video on my YouTube channel about one great prophylactic move by Akiba Rubinstein. So make sure you check it out. Maybe hopefully subscribe. And this setup that I'm going to describe now in the Spanish is also quite a very prophylactic one. One that anticipates white's play on the king side. So I'll just make some moves for white to show you what Black wants to achieve. So let's just say something like king h1. Okay, I'll make some moves to explain what is the setup that Black is trying to achieve. So the knight goes back, and then the knights f6 is played, and then the knights are coming to f7 and g7. So let's just finish the setup. Let's say knight g7, king here, knight f7. And this is a fantastic rearrangement of the black pieces. That knight that was wayward on a5 was nicely rerouted now to f7, and this setup has proven to be pretty effective at fending off any possible attack by white on the king side, and what is also very important, also prepares Black to take over the initiative on the king side by pushing f5 in King's Indian fashion. So it will be interesting to see whether Hjartarson goes for this setup or not. There is another setup here which goes, let's say, knight f1 and knight h5. The point being that, okay, g6 was important to defend that knight, to avoid some tricks based on knight e5 when the knight is not defended. And the knight on h5 effectively prevents white from coming to g3, then an exchange may happen, and then the bishop will come to f6, when sometimes knight f4 can be played. Yeah, and then if bishop f4, ef4, and the bishop is already on the open diagonal. So that's another possible defensive, yeah, more or less, or prophylactic, if you will, setup for Black. So white is thinking here how to continue. I would expect something like b3 or maybe even a4, well, or knight f1. Maybe even g4 is probably not very good in view of h5. So let's move on to board 2. We have Petursson against Kaidanov, and we see here Petursson repeating the setup from yesterday's game against Montenegro, this time only just playing the Catalan. And in that game we had actually the semi-Slav, so instead of bishop e7, Black played c6. So but here we have the same semi-Slav setup, just that Black decided to castle first without taking on c4. It is generally considered that if Black wants to play this so-called closed system against the Catalan, as opposed to the open system with d takes d4, which is more popular among the elite, it's better to start by giving the check on b4, and then after bishop d2 to drop back to e7, and then, let's say, do the same. And if we compare positions, we see that white has a tempo up compared to the game, but that tempo is, at least black argues, that it's more of a negative tempo, as white would actually prefer that bishop to be on c1. The point being that the bishop on d2 is not particularly useful and very often goes to f4. And in doing so, white would waste one more move on the bishop, and that tempo that black lost on giving the check and going back would be annulled. And the second problem with the bishop on d2 is that that square is very often needed for the knight. So if we go back to the game here, one of white's main moves here is knight queen c2 with the idea of knight bd2 and pushing through e4. So you see how white can actually use the d2 square for a knight rather than a bishop. But obviously these are just subtleties, and the closed system in this form has its own theory, very well developed. So and we are at the beginning of the game, so we will see which way the game will go. I wouldn't be surprised if Petursson again goes for something like knight c3, intending to sacrifice that pawn as yesterday and go for a full center with e4 and so on. But we will see. It's a matter of taste. Board 3, we have Ehlvest against Arnason, and again another Rui Lopez. But this time after b5, bishop b3, black played bishop b7, the so-called Arkhangelsk variation. I remember this was very popular in the 90s. I remember also analyzing this actually quite from black's point of view, because there were some really exciting games on the black side that ended with some really crushing attacks, and I was attracted to this because the bishop was going to c5, then dropping back to b6, and these bishops were quite strong here, and there were some nice games with attacks when they looked pretty attractive. So I was looking at this, and it turns out that the main lines when white goes for c3 d4 are pretty double-edged. So, and for example c3 is not considered very good because black can take on e4, and then there are some complications which tend to favor black. So in fact c3 was a move played by Fischer, but nowadays it's not considered very good. So that's why normally when facing these Arkhangelsk variations, white players also thinking in practical terms more often go for the let's say the slow Spanish lines with d3. This also makes sense because it just blunts the bishop on b7 by safely covering the pawn on e4. The main lines go something like main lines, let's say more centrally expansive lines go after like bishop rook e1, bishop b5, bishop c5, c3 d6, d4, and bishop b6. And I remember there were some lines when white was playing bishop g5, black was going h6, bishop h4, g5, and there were some very nice games from the black side, but this was a long time ago. So instead of d3, Ehlvest starts with knight c3, and now bishop e7. Now we'll likely go to some anti-martial territory. The alternative is the more, let's say, active Arkhangelsk style development of the bishop on c5. But bishop e7 is perfectly fine. d3 castles, a4, b4. So we're already in some anti-martial theory here. So white is thinking. The alternatives are obviously going to e2 or going to d5. So we will see what Ehlvest will choose. And on board 4 we have Totson against Yermolinsky. We have yet another Caro-Kann. I mentioned quite popular choice at this event. I hope it doesn't start to get called the old man's opening. So ED-CD, bishop d3, knight c6, c3, knight f6, h3, g6, knight f3. So we already had this more than once. And okay, bishop f5, yeah. So we had more than once. I'll just check the comments if you're bored with me repeating this. Let me see. Okay, just checking the comments, see what you guys are saying about the Chigorin. Oh, okay, I didn't know about Verles chessable course on the Chigorin. I wonder what he will recommend against closing of the center, so that will be interesting to see. Okay, Marin, I don't know about that book, or I have forgotten about it. Okay, Catalan. Yeah, actually, I checked Prusikin's book on the Catalan. I mean, Prusikin's book on the Queen's Gambit, which recommended this closed variation in the against the Catalan, but I somehow found it too impractical. It was kind of too dense, I think, theoretically, especially those lines when black is playing in the center c4, c5, and there are a lot of forcing lines, so I'm pretty sure they are objectively correct, but just I kind of couldn't develop a taste for it for some reason. So yeah, Kevin, you're right. Everyone playing the exchange versus the Caro-Kann, and here, like I said, nobody has written if they are bored with me repeating this after bishop f5, and my reasoning here is that as long as the g file is open, you don't take on f5 with white, you can leave the tension as in the game, or you can just retreat. Yeah, but in this case, Thoralson goes castles, bishop d3, he will recapture with the queen. And then we have something similar to what we had yesterday in the game Stanoevsky-Borgo, where white has this really free play, but I would be curious to see if this time white starts some plays on the queen side, as I kept mentioning during these Caro-Kann exchange games, a4, a5, and then maybe knight comes to c5 and so on. Or he will employ some other plan. So we will see. Bishop g7 by Yermolinsky. So all sort of theoretical on the four boards in the match USA Iceland. So it's early to say. Now let's move on to the next match. It's Italy against Austria, and well, here at least theoretically speaking, Austria should be the heavy underdogs here because they are outrated heavily on all boards, and especially on board 4, where the Austrian players is rated 1581, playing against international master Giulio Borgo at 2333. That's a huge difference, and perhaps for this reason the Italians decided to take out their first board, Alberto David, who, well, okay, he made a draw yesterday, well, I would say even a premature draw, by offering it in a position full of life. So they thought, okay, maybe they will need him for the remainder, for the last 3 rounds, and they can win the match even without him. So we have Godin on board 1, and we have the Petrov against Adolf Denk. So knight e5, d6, knight f3, knight e4, and bishop d3. Okay, this I've seen this played kind of with increasing frequency lately, but to be honest, I never really understood this line with bishop d3. I mean, I get the point. It's like white wants to go c3, bishop c2, and play d4, but it just looks unnatural. I mean, I don't know. Obviously, it's playable, and yeah, people have played and so on. But I've looked at this, for example, and I found that the simplest plan for black is just, okay, to drop back. Just allow white to do whatever he wants to do. Let's say something like this, yeah? c3. And now employ this plan with b6. Bishop b7, d4, and knight b7. And I really don't see any problems for black here. I've looked at this in more than, like, some time ago, and yeah, it was really pretty easy play for black. But okay, generally the Petrov is, well, let's say sort of problem-free for black. White tries a little idea here or there, or just sometimes bluffs by going for long theoretical lines, just checking whether the opponent has revised them, and if he has, then just shake hands. In fact, this was the strategy that Carlsen employed in one of his games in the match against Nepomniachtchi. When the Petrov was played, he entered this really deep and heavily analyzed line, but Nepomniachtchi was well prepared, and the game was drawn. So, okay, let's see. Okay, knight f6 was played, and let's see. For example, there are also plans for g6, for example, for black. We'll see what black chooses. But I mean, especially in a team match playing with black, Petrov normally is a good choice. Drucken Haner against Ortega. Okay, we had information from Kevin Winter that Druckenhammer has been a very good lawyer in Austria. Yeah, well, the Cochrane Gambit, that worked. I mean, even in that game, I mean, yeah, it won't work today. I mean, people have looked at it, and it's really actually not that difficult to play against the Cochrane, because black plays just c5 early on, and it has been established as the best way to deal with it. So it doesn't really have the novelty effect anymore. So let's see what happens in this game. So c5, knight f3, g6. So black wants to play the accelerated fianchetto without allowing the Rossolimo. So he starts with g6, but this allows other options. For example, c3 is one. Obviously, black doesn't mind the Marozzi, so c4 doesn't bother him. There's another one which I proposed in my 1e4 simplified repertoire, which is the move bishop c4. It's actually quite interesting. And there is d4, cd4, and now there is queen d4, which is also critical. So black avoids the Rossolimo but allows other things which are no less critical. So, well, take your pick. But white just decided to go for the normal open Sicilian. Bishop g7, knight. So in here even decides to go for the dragon variation, because with knight c3, because he does not want to play the Marozzi with c4. So knight c3, knight c6, knight b3. Okay, this will definitely transpose the game to the dragon, because black cannot really play along without d6. So knight f6, bishop e2, castles, a6 first. Okay, I think a bit premature, because d6 is definitely the move that black will play, but it's not clear whether he'll play a6 or he'll play a5. So I think it's a bit imprecise to start with a6. Rook e1, d6, bishop f1. Yeah, one of the most solid plans. I think this was played also by Kramnik recently, post-retirement. Yeah, so yeah, maybe the Druckenthaler makes a point by playing a line played by a retired former world champion. It's actually a very simple line to play, because the rook now defends the pawn on e4, and white wants just to put a knight on d5, and that's it. That's all you need to know. So Ortega thinking here. And on board 4 we have the biggest on board 3 we still have FIDE master playing for Austria, Belia against Opel, and we had another Rui Lopez here, d3, early d3, not allowing the open variation after short castle knight e4. So d6, c3, bishop d7, short castle, and g6. Yeah, this is the principal choice that black has to make. Does he develop the bishop to e7 or to g7? And I actually think that playing g6 here is better. Rook e1, bishop g7, knight d2, short castle. And now again, choice for black. Does he go for what he did in the game, which is to try to play something on the king side with knight h5, maybe later f5 and so on, or to play in the center with something like, let's say, let's say knight f1, yeah, and let's say b5, yeah. And if something like bishop c2, maybe h6, then you go rook e8 and then try to push d5 at some point. I think there was a very nice game with this structure between Akopian and Ivanchuk. It's a kind of an old game, but really exemplary play by Ivanchuk when he actually employed this central plan. But Black decides otherwise, goes queen e8, and now there is this trick involved. For example, if white plays automatically knight g3, there is this very nice trick, knight d4. That's one of the ideas of queen e8, attacking the bishop on a4, and if bishop d7, knight f3 check, queen f3, and now something to capture on d7, and black has solved his problems because he managed to exchange a couple of light pieces and no longer has issues with less space. That's why after queen e8, white goes bishop c2 and black plays knight h5. This is, you could say, more ambitious, as black is dreaming of some sort of kingside expansion, f5, maybe knight f4 and so on. But it's not very likely that he will develop a very strong attack if white is a little bit careful, and normally white is just wants to play in the center with d4, generally speaking. But the question here is, how does he start? Does he go knight g3 first? Does he push d4, which can be a bit annoying when after bishop g4? So after d4 there is already a lot of pressure, a lot of tension in the center, and black can amplify that by pinning the knight that defends the d4 pawn. So it will be okay. Let's see how white goes about this. And on board 4 we had Wolfgang Denk rated 1581 against Giulio Borgo, and here we have something like a Cole system, or well, something like this, c5, dc5 now. Okay, in a way it's sort of like a queen's gambit accepted, but with colors reversed. e6, and now bishop d3. Well, normally the bishop doesn't go to d3. c4 would be possible here for white. There is another option of going a3 and waiting for bishop c5, then b4, and develop the bishop on b2. But bishop d3 looks a bit premature, but okay, we will see. Maybe white's plan is to go knight bd2 or knight c3 and e4, like in the Ragozin, the plan that black employs in the Ragozin. Black played knight bd7, which is kind of a move that immediately tries to take advantage of that bishop being placed on d3, because black wants to take knight c5 and then go after the bishop. So now critical is if white can play b4. Probably not, because I think b6 immediately poses problems, as I don't know, let's say cb, bishop b4, c3. Well, I don't know, maybe here white can somehow play this pawn up, but some weird pawn structure. But there is also the move a5, yeah. Now c3, and now takes, and b6. And again, white cannot sustain the pawn on c5. Now the difference being that bishop b4 check does not run into c3, and black will recapture that pawn on b6. So with b4 not really being possible, it may turn out that this bishop d3 idea is a bit premature. So a normal start of the match for both sides in Italy, Austria, only that this raises some suspicions, bishop d3. Moving on to the third match, which is North Macedonia Al-Khalid against England, and on board 1 we have the duel of the heavyweights, Kirill Georgiev against Michael Adams, and Kirill goes for knight f3, e6, and now g3. It's a interesting move because, I mean, obviously it involves a lot of preparation, because probably he saw that after c4 Adams played b6 against Olafsson, and maybe he just wanted to avoid the Queen's Indian, but giving black other options. One is c5, that we see in the game. Other one is d5, where likely Georgiev would not have minded transposing to the Catalan with c4. And the third option is, okay, still some Queen's Indian lines with b6, let's say. But the point being that after bishop g2, bishop b7, c4, White has avoided the lines with bishop a6, that after in the normal, let's say, Queen's Indian here, g3 and bishop a6, the one that Adams played against Olafsson. So you see a lot of move orders, a lot of subtleties. This is what normally happens when we prepare for a game. But and also there is the option of b5 that we saw Yermolinsky play the other day. But Adams goes for c5, bishop g2. It's possible to transpose to the lines of the English after c4, but they are considered okay for black. So bishop g2, c takes d4, knight d4, d5, c4, e5. So we did transpose to the lines of the English because we could have had the same. Let's say this, and let's say d5, bishop g2, e5. Yeah. So e5, knight f3, d4, short castle, knight c6, e3, bishop e7. And here, I mean, everybody plays bishop e7, but I remember a very nice line, a very nice idea I was really attracted to long time ago. An idea by Viktor Korchnoi, and I even got a chance to employ it once. I think it was in a game against Cuban Grandmaster Borges Mateos. I don't think the game is in the database, but I played it against him, and I mean, actually I got a good position out of the opening, but then I remember it was this it was the tournament in Spain, in Moncada, and he kind of outplayed me, and then it was a draw, it was sharp and so on, but time trouble, and I made some mistakes, and then we ended up in a position where he had a queen and I had a rook. But the important thing was that there was no edit time. We were playing just without increments, and he was in extreme time trouble. So I also didn't have much time, but I had more than him. And I remember I was thinking something like, okay, he has very little time, and just I'll just, maybe if he doesn't give up the queen for the rook, maybe I'll even win on time. But then I made the very ridiculous thing. I managed to lose the rook in the fastest possible way, somehow. And I remember I was banging the clock so hard, and just trying to run away with my king not to be mated. And I think, I don't know, one or two moves before mate, his flag fell. And it was a draw. So it was, what to say? I mean, I immediately apologized to him for like banging the clock and playing fast with the sole king. But okay, Juan is a very nice guy, and he just had no problems with it. Okay, some story from my experience. But okay, I forgot to mention the idea, and the idea was actually bishop c5, but not now. I think just bishop g4 first. And the idea is to be able to take on c5 with the piece. So bishop g4, h3, take on f3, and then play bishop c5. And if d4, bishop d4. This was Korchnoi's idea that I quite liked, and it gives black good play. I mean, it's not popular, not even very well known, I think, nowadays. Everybody just automatically plays bishop e7, but just to know that I quite like this. Yeah, a dirty draw. A dirty draw, exactly. But okay, we've all had them. What to do? But okay, let's go back to the game. Adams played bishop e7, takes, rook e1, castles, knight d2, and now d3. This is, I would say, a somewhat sharper option. Normally, bishop c5 is considered the main move. There is also bishop f5 and so on, but Adams goes d3. And okay, this is the idea is obviously to support that pawn with the bishop from f5. So everything will evolve around that pawn. If White will try around. If White wins it, obviously he'll be a pawn up, and Black will try to keep it there and as an annoyance for White. And it appears that both players were probably surprised in the opening. Adams has spent 13 minutes, Kirill Georgiev has spent 11, thinking now as well. So probably trying to remember what they have looked at this line. Maybe they have revised it, maybe they haven't revised it. Well, nobody knows what's in their heads, but what we do know is that they are thinking already. So again, we will see how it goes. Board 2, we have Ems against Bogdanovsky, and well, guess what? Another exchange Caro-Kann. It's a bit strange that Colovic have taken out Nedev, because but probably he was black yesterday and maybe they just didn't want to give him a second black in a row. But be that as it may, we get another Caro-Kann. So c3, knight f6, and bishop f4. Ems also played this in one of the previous rounds, preferring this to the let's say the more popular, I would say lately, h3. So bishop g4, bishop d3, and this is the line from the Fischer-Petrosyan game I mentioned. It went knight a5, attacking the queen. Okay, queen a4 check, bishop d7, bishop queen c2, queen b6, threatening bishop b5, and now a4 was strong. Even today's engines approve of a4 because knight b3 is not really problematic, because the knight will be forced either back or exchanged. So that was the famous line from Fischer-Petrosyan. But lately, or in modern times, black players play queen d7 or queen c8, and keeping the bishop already on g4. So knight d2, preparing knight f3, e6, knight f3, bishop d6, bishop d6, queen d6, castles, yeah, and now rook fe1. Yeah, taking on b7 is not to be recommended, because rook b8, rook b2 would just activate the black rook. So rook e1, queen c7, knight e5, knight e5. Both players are, well, they're not playing fast, but they seem to be content with where the game is going. Now white is thinking whether to take with a rook or a pawn. Normally white takes with a pawn, and then uses this pawn and the bishop to perhaps try to create something on the king side. But here the problem is that a lot of pieces have been exchanged. So, and let's take knight d7, yeah, and then okay, the first thing is the defense of this pawn, and white doesn't really want to go f4 here, because it just it's a bit ugly. And secondly, speaking of an attack, it's not that simple to achieve, because black has this bishop h5, bishop g6 maneuver, which either solidifies the king side or just exchanges the bishop. So seems like a pretty dry position. And okay, taking with the rook also is probably an alternative. So we will see, yeah, what Ems does here. Let's check board 3. Yeah, we have Stanoevsky against Arkel, and guess what? Another Caro-Kann exchange variation. Oh boy, are they loving this? Okay, so I mean, this is just great. Yeah, everybody trotting out their favorite moves. Stanoevsky likes h3, Arkel likes bishop f5. Stanoevsky here moves away, and this is, I think, a line that he probably checked after achieving very little against Belia yesterday. So she drops back with the bishop, yeah, keeping more pieces on the board. So queen c7, preventing bishop f4, castles bishop g7, bishop e3, castles knight d2, a6, rook e1, b5. Okay, this Keith also played this against the Borgo, I think, and he seems to like this expansion, especially the minority attack. And I'm always curious, like, why didn't, once a6 has been played, why white did not play a4 just to stop that. It's not only stopping it, but also, like I said, it opens possibilities for white to play on the queenside, and I think these players are kind of neglecting these plans of queenside play in these structures. But okay, we will see. I mean, what happens, because rook e1 b5, queen c1 is played, stopping b4 because then white can take, and then there is a pin on the c file. Rook fc8 by black, defending the queen and threatening b4. Now knight b3. So yeah, Stanislavski is paying some attention to the queen side, and the question here is whether a3 should be inserted, but it's not. But it's, I mean, it stops b4, and a5 is not an option because b5 is hanging, but that would allow knight a5, and then the knight can come to c4. So likely that was what he wanted to avoid, knight b3 and b4. So he likes his minority attack, and here he has achieved it. So this is already a bit double-edged on the queen side, and it's clear that things will happen on the queen side. So c5 is weak, but after bc, c3 will be weak. c4 is a good square for black, so it's all there. I guess there is an option of also playing, okay, bishop f4, playing c4 for white. But then it's another transformation after dc4, and white plays with an IQP. Bishop f4 still keeps the options open, attacking the queen first and then deciding what to do. So this will be an interesting game strategically, because it will be, I mean, we will see how the players deal with these issues on the queen side, like a lot of weak squares, possibly weak pawns, and we see how this goes. And on board 4 we have Davis against Kutirov, and here we have a Slav mixed with a Catalan, with Catalan motifs, d4, d5, knight f3, knight f6, c4, c6. Okay, the Slav has been Kutirov's lifelong opening, queen b3, and now e6. Yeah, I think the easiest way here to play for black is just to take on c4 and then just put the bishop on f5 and just go automatically e6, knight d7, bishop e7, and short castle, and then start thinking. But Kutirov opts for another setup, which is more like let's say Queen's Gambit decline, semi-Slav setup with e6. So g3, bishop e7, bishop g2, castles, and b6. So basically we have another closed Catalan, where in the starting position white has played queen b3. Yeah. So b6, bishop g5. Very often the dark squared bishop in the Catalan is exchanged for the knight on f6. The point being that the bishop is not very useful, for one, and second, it eliminates a piece that controls the e4 square, and that makes it easier for white to push e4. So this is what happened. Bishop a6, attacking the pawn, knight bd2, h6. Well, h6, maybe knight bd7 was more to the point, and then if bishop f6, knight f6, yeah, to recapture with a knight, and not give up control over the e4 square, even though in that case the knight not being on d7 allows knight e5, yeah, targeting that pawn and still intending e4. But okay, h6, takes, e4, bishop b7, strengthening the center, and rook fd1. So, well, a pretty tense situation in the center, but the thing is here that I mean, black doesn't really want to take anywhere, because d e4, knight e4 just gives pleasant space advantage for white, and we see the point of the rook being on d1. It prophylactic move, stops c5, the freeing move that black would like to make, because after dc5 the rook is exactly where it needs to be to prevent it. dc5 attacks the queen, and the same applies to dc4, yeah, knight c4, and again white has a very nice pawn center. So black plays knight d7, keeping the center as it is. And again here, like, white has a choice what to do. Yeah, keep the tension, play some preparatory move, but in those cases, I mean, what black is trying to do is maybe just go c5 and try to just clear up the center by mass exchanges. And he also has the idea of pushing e5, bishop e7, and let's say something like cd, cd. And now the very important move, bishop f1. Not only stopping bishop a6, so the black bishop cannot be activated, but also intending bishop d3, because now with this French structure, white would like to and should play on the king side. So and for that, the best position of the bishop is on d3, not on g2, where it does very little. So that's one of the possible plans here, yeah. So white is thinking, let's see what he comes up with. So, okay, the match is still in the balance, still early on. So just check the comments. Okay, Khalifman recommended bishop e2. Okay, it's fine. I played it myself. It keeps the position more complex and heavier, in a sense that there are more pieces on the board. But okay, I remember I played it with the idea of playing knight d2, knight f1, knight e3, hitting the bishop on f5. So yeah, I mean, you're right that, I mean, it's a the exchange Caro-Kann is a practical choice for white, not having to give black a choice. For example, if white goes knight c3 or knight d2, d4, knight d4, there are three major main lines, and everywhere it's difficult to come up with something for white. The advanced variation is fine, but it allows both bishop f5 and c5. So the exchange is kind of more keeping things practical. Okay, one more move played here, rook c1, and okay, for now Davis decides to keep the tension in the center, but we will see for how long. Let's now move on to the S65 section. And on board one we have Germany against Slovakia. Let me check the pairings here. Germany Lasker against Slovakia, and on board one we have Knack against Vtachnik and Grunfeld. Vtachnik has been a lifelong player of the Grunfeld, and also the Najdorf and Scheveningen against e4. So here Knack comes with the move bishop d2, bishop g7. The alternative is knight b6, and in fact this seems to be kind of an interesting thing in modern theory, that in order to avoid this line with knight b6, white players have started playing bishop d2 here, which is a funny move. And after bishop g7 they go cd, knight d5, e4, and then we have the position from the game where black had played bishop b6 while avoiding knight b6. Well, modern theory, that's what you get. So e4 takes, castles, queen d2, c5, d5, e6, bishop c4, takes, knight d7, takes, knight e2, it will be knight b6, knight e4. So all theory, you can see it from Knack's time management. He gained 3 minutes, whereas Vtachnik has spent 24. Maybe he was surprised, maybe he didn't revise this before the game. Well, I mean, we can only guess. But objectively the position is fine. White has maybe some slight pull thanks to this central control. Yeah, the rook, castle will come, rooks may come to c1 and d1. Okay, some pressure in the center, but objectively black should be fine, yeah. So white got his preparation in and got some time advantage on the clock, but the position on the board is fine for black. Board 2, we have Plachetka against Meister, and the Queen's Gambit accepted. So e3, knight f6, bishop c4, e6, knight f3, c5, castles a6, and now the very old Rubinstein move that Botvinnik also liked very much and played it in his match against Petursson, the move a4. Now this is not that popular, but it's perfectly possible variation, and basically a matter of choice and preparation. The advantage of the move, of course, is it prevents the expansion by b5, but the drawback is that it weakens the wrong arrows, it becomes the b4 square. So queen e2, cd, rook d1, bishop e7, ed castles, knight c3, knight d5. This is like all theory. Knight e4. Okay, when we're having actually a repetition here. Okay, so maybe this was just a draw because it's already a threefold. Okay, so maybe we have the first result here. It's a threefold repetition, so likely the players just agreed to a draw. Well, normally in matches, the black side is happier with the draw. Yeah, quick draw even better. Yeah. Board 3, our hero Sergei Kalinchev. Let's see how he deals with the old Indian. Well, that then transposes to the King's Indian. So d6 first, knight c3, e5, knight f3, knight d7, e4, g6. So we basically have a classical King's Indian, where instead of the, let's say, knight c6 Mar del Plata, black played knight d7. Rook e1. The other move, major move here is bishop e3, which can also rise from the Gligorich variation. So, but rook e1, c6, rook f1 is standard regrouping for white. It just lends more support to the e4 pawn. Rook e8. Now black would like to take on d4 with the rook already on d5, and this is the moment when white usually goes d5. An alternative is the move queen e7, which aims that for the same, to open the e-file, but in case of d5, black would argue that the rook is still on f8 and can support the f5 push. And this is not the case in the game, rook 8 d5, because now if black wants to push f5, he needs to spend one more move to bring the rook back to f8 and then push f5. So in a way, some small victory for white. c5, bishop d2. I guess normal developing move, but there is something to be said about the Petrussian's favorite move, bishop g5. At the beginning, when I was studying chess, I never really understood this move, because white doesn't really want to take on h6 and just provokes h6, yeah. But it turns out that provoking h6 is actually a good thing for white. Now he has two options. One is to keep the tension, to keep the pin, bishop h4, and even provoke g5. And then the bishop is pretty bad, but white has increased his control over the light squares, and let's say knight h5, knight d2, attacking the knight, something like, let's say, knight f4. The point is that when black eventually pushes f5, white will take and obtain the e4 square for his knight. Granted, black got the f4 square, but these positions with the bishop on g3 and like pretty solid for white, and are considered somewhat easier for him to play, especially in this structure when c5 has been played, because that knight on knight on e4 would exert pressure on that pawn on d6, no longer being defended by the pawn on c7. And the alternative for white is to drop back the bishop to d2, and now it turns out that this h6 move is actually harming black, because it weakens the somewhat g6 square, and white can sometimes take advantage of it by playing something like knight h4. So just for example, let's say knight h7, and now let's say g3, and then knight h4 targeting that pawn. I don't know, let's say f5 and maybe knight h4, yeah. And again, targeting the light squares. But Kalinchev didn't want to have anything with those subtleties. Goes bishop d2, rook f8. This is the tempo we were talking about. a3, knight e8, now g3. This would have been more effective with the black pawn on h6, because f5 can be met by knight h4, yeah. And here it would have been better had that pawn been on h6, because the g6 pawn would have hanged. But okay, after g3 and let's f5. A possible reaction here is okay to take, and now put the knight on h4, or even on g5, as the e6 square is weak. So probably fearing this, after g3, black played knight c7, taking control over the e6 square in advance. Yeah. So now likely he wants to go f5, takes, and then knight g5 doesn't really threaten knight e6 because e6 has been covered, and this knight can go to f6, and then the bishop will also cover e6 for a second time. And okay, Kalinchev's thinking how to continue. There is also the another standard reaction for white. Here is knight h4, f5, and now just simply f3. And it turns out that this is a very solid structure here. The knight will drop back to g2, and well, it's really difficult for black to get something going on the king side, whereas white will start his own play on the queen side. Not easy to have things going there either, but white will be pressing, yeah. So let's see what white does. And on board 4 we have Petursson against Köhler, and here we had some Fianchetto Grunfeld, so starting with g3, okay, d5, symmetrical stuff, c4, c6, b3. I remember this was recommended by Boris Avruch in his Grandmaster Repertoire series, and I have to admit, okay, this was like something like almost 20 years ago, yeah. And I have to admit that I was quite pleased with the lines he proposed, presented, and so on. But there was one line that was actually bothering me, and it was the most critical line, and we see it here, dc4, bc4, c5. And I think this was the reason for the decline in popularity of the b3 line against the so-called neo-Grunfeld, yeah. And white players have started going, let's say, first knight bd2, but this is a concession because after b3, the knight really wants to go to c3, yeah. Of course, there are the main lines starting with cd, knight e5, yeah. Many moves, yeah, queen b3, queen a4, and there is also the gambit, yeah, knight c3, yeah, dc and e4. So this is also another sharp option. But white went b3 and dc, bc, c5, bishop b2, oh sorry, e3. Okay, e3, I'm pretty sure bishop b2 was recommended, and it's still the main move. But white starts with e3, knight c6, bishop b2 now, queen b6, queen b3, now knight a5. I think e3 was premature because there was really no need to start with e3. Now queen takes b6, ab, and white has problems with this pawn. Yeah, knight bd2, bishop f5, and knight e5. So, okay, black has spent more than half an hour, so maybe again surprised or remembering preparation or theory or whatever, yeah. But generally, I think black here is doing great because he has this typical Grunfeld play, yeah, in the against the center. So I think it's a good opening for black. So okay, the game on board 1, white got the preparation in, but it's a normal Grunfeld for black. On board 2, we had the draw. Board 3, complex kings Indian, rook b1 played by Kalinchev, and on board 4, I think a pretty good opening for the German player. So okay, let's now move on to the match. France-England, always a derby in any sport. What to do? Well, historical rivalry. So, Nikolai Ljocki, as it is pronounced, against John Nunn. I've played Ljocki in, I think in 2000, I think, or in 96 or in 2000 in Cannes. He's been living in France for many years, and I won actually a very nice game in the French. He has played the French all his life. Against Nunn, who sticks to his beloved King's Indian. Ljocki goes for f4, and I think this has been his usual choice. f4, c5 first. I mean, if you really want to stun your opponents who may not know that much theory, you can go short castle knight f3 and now go for the shocking move that I actually recommended in my chessable King's Indian. Simplified as the move e5. Not the move you would expect, as it's like white controls the square 3 times, and one of the ideas of the 4 pawns variation was to actually stop e5, but black can play it in fact. Yeah, and it leads to some very nice positions, and I think black is perfectly fine here. But none goes for the Benoni. c5, d5 castles, knight f3, 6, bishop e2, takes, and now bishop g4. The Benoni, especially the 4 pawns, yeah, are considered among the sharpest lines in the opening, in the Benoni. But bishop g4 is still slightly, let's say, more calmer, if you can use that word for the Benoni, compared to rook e8, which allows massive complications after this e5 and knight g4 and so on. So bishop g4 is a tad more solid. So short castle, knight bd7, h3, takes, a6, rook e1, rook e8, a4, rook c8, bishop e3, and queen a5. I'm pretty sure this is standard theory, and nuns, and I think both Lyoki also know this pretty well. Black plays his usual stuff, yeah, something like c4, knight c5, b5 are his ideas, yeah, maybe queen b4, whereas white keeps an eye on the queen side, but basically wants to bust through the center with e5 at some point. Yeah. For now, the bishops are, well, maybe in way of the rook on the e file, but sometimes the bishop draws back to f2, and there are also ideas with g4, g5 that target the fact that the knight on f6 doesn't have good squares to go to. So this is very double-edged, and I'm really looking forward to witness this Benoni duel of two connoisseurs. Board 2, Kosten against Roos. We have Kosten playing the English again. e5, bishop g2, but h6 now. Yeah, funny little move that in fact is a waiting move, because black is arguing that white doesn't really have many useful moves, that he should play knight c3 when bishop b4 can come. One of the ideas of this move order with g3, bishop g2 was to avoid, let's say, the line with bishop b4 like this. But we've seen actually this is quite possible. Magnus Carlsen played e4 here against Caruana. Anything seems to be possible nowadays, so it's all about what you prepare, what you like, and what you want to surprise your opponent with. So bishop g2, h6, knight c3, okay, bishop b4, e4. So Kosten sticks to the same idea as Carlsen, and he used it in one of the previous rounds. Bishop c3, bc. So we have a reversed Rossolimo. He takes with the b pawn. That's, I would say, a bit more ambitious than taking with the d pawn, because now with d3 he will have really a very solid pawn center, which he will use to play f4 and build a play on the king side. If black is passive, he can easily be just swarmed on the king side, and one of black's plans here is actually to go c6, d5 and open up the center as a way of prevention of this build-up that white plans with f4. So d6, knight e2, castles, but black goes knight c6. Yeah. So, okay, he doesn't go for this c6, d5, and here there is this risk that I just described. So h3 first, useful move to cover the g4 square, a6, intending some b5 to break the grip that white has on the d5 square, a4 preventing it, bishop d7, d3, knight a5. So black is still pursuing the idea of b5. Okay, maybe that was his idea. He didn't want to go c6, d5. He wanted to play for the b5 push. But I still think this is somewhat slow, because as we know in some lines of the Rossolimo, when black does it, here white wouldn't mind even sacrificing a pawn, let's say on the queen side or something, just to get his play going. So now, I mean, f4 is definitely an option. White can even start with g4 and then maybe knight g3, knight f5, and then f4, and it feels like his play is going at a faster rate. So I kind of, having played English opening myself for more than 20 years, I mean, my impression is that this looks promising for white. Let's see board 3. Jean-Pierre Boudre against Terry Chapman. So guess what? Which opening do we get? Caro-Can. So maybe, I mean, we should rename this the old man's opening. I mean, all these guys playing it, they're enjoying it, you know, or senior players opening, yeah, Caro-Can. Knight c3, d5, knight f3, the two knights. D takes e4, this is all the rage, the variations with knight f6, but I have to say that nothing wrong with the old line bishop g4, which I think is more in line with the Caro-Can, because let's say h3 takes and e6, black achieved the main Caro-Can objective, got rid of the bad bishop and built a very strong pawn structure on the light squares. But nowadays everybody likes to play with knight f6. So queen e2 takes, queen a5. So we saw in the Kutirov game from the other day queen d5, yeah. Then if queen f4, queen f5, and in fact we get the same, but after queen a5. But this is somewhat strange because I don't think that after queen f5 white should play queen f4. I mean, white can play something more useful, let's say bishop c4, yeah. So maybe queen d5 was played and not queen f5. Okay, doesn't matter because anyway we get this. And now an exchange on f5 again. Very solid, very, I would say even draw oriented. Takes d3. Okay, this is even more passive than but then okay, c2 was hanging, maybe c3 d4 was just more natural, I don't know. D3, knight d7, bishop d2, e5. Okay, white didn't take the center, so black does it. G3 now, the only way to develop the bishop. A5, bishop c, okay, rook f1. Obviously white wants to castle long, so he defends the pawn on f2, but I don't think there was anything wrong with castling and putting the rook on e1. But okay, he was set on the castling long, rook f1, long, short castle, long castle, rook f8. Yeah, I mean, white can play anyway, I mean, many ways, having the extra tempo, and he can choose passive setups or unambitious setups if he really wishes to, so without risking being worse. But this is really, I mean, rock solid setup by white, and I wouldn't be surprised if this ends in a draw, as if white continues to just play solidly, I don't know, bishop c3, rook e1, put some pressure there, then maybe maneuver the knight to e4, maybe push f4. Some exchanges will happen. Black is also perfectly solid, so again, like I said, draw oriented. And on board 4 we have Baker against Giffard. Guess which opening are we getting? I don't know, these guys are making jokes of water. They're looking at each other's boards and just copying each other, yeah. But at least here Baker goes for the c4 line. Not a very good line, to be honest. I have faced it myself and obtained a very good position and a winning one just by playing the normal d5, and then either the pan of attack or the double exchange on d5. Really little to worry about for white. But Giffard plays e6, and what we have here is a funny thing, is we get a transposition to the Slav. So look at this, knight c3, d5, d4, and now this is the Slav triangle compared to this d4, d5, c4, e6, knight c3, c6, and e4. So we get the triangle Slav starting from the Caro-Can. Okay, so d takes e4, knight takes e4, and like I said here, the best move, and more or less theoretically the only decent move for black, is the check on b4. When I mentioned this one of the earlier rounds, Anand played this against Carlsen in their first match in Chennai in 2013, when Carlsen didn't want to go for all these massive complications, yeah, and chose knight c3 instead, yeah. I think Anand played c5 and so on. And black didn't have problems in the opening, but soon an endgame arose, which eventually Carlsen won. But knight f6 should be inferior. Takes, knight f3, bishop b4, exchanges here, knight d7, bishop e2, castles, b6, queen e3. Yeah, it's inferior, but kind of pretty solid for black. He exchanged a couple of light pieces. And if he manages bishop b7 and c5 without allowing any d5s or allowing white to kind of control the d file and then start after dc start advancing the majority, black should be fine. But this still means that he needs to be precise in the next few moves. So the match, well, it's I think somewhat in favor of the English, because okay, sharp stuff on board 1 in the Benoni, Lyokinan. I think Kosten has promising position in English. Budra didn't really put any pressure on Chapman with his opening choice, and here white is definitely at least slightly better against Giffard. So promising start for the English, and yeah, on we already have the fixed result here on board 2 in the match Slovakia-Germany. And there again, the match is also in well, early stages here. So let's check the comments before I move. Okay. Arsenal Spurs 2-2. Okay. Distracting you from chess. Yeah, maybe the Arsenal Spurs is more interesting than the Caracans we're getting today, you know. Okay, so let's move on to the one more round of the what happened here. Okay, we have a result. Okay, I just saw 0-1. Wow. So remember this when I said knight bd7 was kind of a way to take advantage of the fact that the bishop is already on d3, and look what happened. b3, e5, threatening e4, bishop b5, queen a5, game over, winning a piece. Okay, but well, I mean, I'm pretty sure Austria didn't really expect to lose in 7 moves, even though white was heavily underrated compared to Borgo, but losing in 7 moves is just a big disaster. But okay, well, early lead for the Italians perhaps could have happened anyway, but this is just really shocking. Wow. Okay, let's have a quick roundup one more time. So we had a big development in the game Shabalov Hjartarson. We left off here. So before embarking on the knight f1, white started with b3, taking control over the c4 square. Now knight h5. This was one of the plans that I mentioned. Knight f1, knight b7. Now the knight goes back, or maybe c4 will be played, we will see. Bishop h6, I mean, developing with tempo. Rook f8, and I always see, okay, black's plan is to go c4, and after b4 to go a5, and after a3 to double on the a file, and then open the a file, ab, seeking counterplay. Whereas on the king side, he will defend with this, likely with knight d8, f6, and knight f7. So queen d2, c4, b4, a5, as expected. g4, pushing the knight back without allowing knight f4. Yeah. So knight g7, a3, rook a6, knight g3, rook b a8, threatening a b4. So the rook moves away. Rook c1. White abandons the a file, but is claiming that just with the rook on c1 he's covering everything on the queen side, and the a file is kind of sterile for black. So takes, rook a2, king h2, so including some ideas like rook g1, maybe knight f5 sacrifices, yeah. So f6, rook g1, king, bishop f8, g5 now. Okay, this is another way to continue with the attack. G5, yeah, but I'm never sure about those moves, to be honest. I mean, another idea here for white is to execute the f4 push. So let's say knight e1, knight g2, f4, yeah, but that takes more time. So okay, white just decided g5, and black plays f5. But this just, I mean, it's a pawn sacrifice. I mean, I don't know if black had to do that, but you could have just defended the pawn, I don't know, queen d8 or something, but f5. And now, okay, let's see what happens if just white takes, yeah, takes. What black wants to achieve, yeah, maybe not with, no, I mean, sorry, that doesn't threaten anything because there is this, the pawn is not hanging, but it can hang maybe after knight h4, yeah. So this is pretty sharp, yeah, this is pretty sharp, and I don't know what's going on, to be honest. It's not your typical Spanish torture, slow and systematic, but things opened up, and well, things need to be calculated. It's okay, f5. Probably black saw something here, yeah, so time for Shabalov to calculate. So okay, I think critical is to take the pawn. I mean, take, and then knight, not knight f5, because that loses the piece, obviously, because of the pin, but knight h4. Yeah, and now what does black do? Yeah, if f4, the knight can come to maybe h5, can come to f5, and this also opens the diagonal. Yes, the bishop is pinned, but still it opens the diagonal, yeah, towards black's king, and let's say the knight goes to somewhere, I don't know, and then the rook is also here, and g6, so it looks pretty dangerous. Something like queen e2, queen e4 can also happen. Whereas if black plays e4, that would be the strategically desirable move, yeah, but that just drops the pawn. So let's see, yeah, maybe rook f8 here needs to be played to defend, yeah, but then maybe knight h5, yeah, or g6, or maybe queen e2, queen h5, I don't know, looks sharp, but I think white has pretty good chances here. So let's check board 2. So yeah, so you see what I just said earlier when I said I wouldn't be surprised if Petursson sticks to his sacrificial approach from yesterday, and that's what he actually did. Knight c3, knight bd7, but now he decided to defend the pawn on c4, yeah, queen d3. He could have started with b3, because you never know whether you need queen d3 or not. Queen d3, b6, oops, sorry, intending bishop a6, so rook d1, bishop a6, b3, and c5. These are the lines that when you mentioned Fragrance Enthusiast, yeah, you mentioned this Prusickin book, yeah, that and in that book he recommends this let's say closed system in the Catalan without bishop b4, and these are the lines that were not entirely to my liking. It just requires too much memorization, and when to play, and like where do you take, who takes where, and so on and so on. So I didn't like these lines when you have this central tension between these two pairs of pawns. So I mean, they are likely okay for black, just they are, I mean, not exactly what I personally like, yeah. So a4 played by white, bishop b7, because knight b5 was likely an idea, c takes d5, and now e takes d5, and bishop b2. So now we have this structure where which we discussed with Michael Adams, if you remember, when he was a guest here in the studio, and it's a playable structure for both sides. And here we have some, okay, black's setup is standard, but white already has a queen on d3. Usually it's on d1 or c2. b3 a4 has been played, which well, weakens the b3 pawn in case of a position of hanging pawns. Let's say after dc5 bc5, the b file is opened and that pawn is somewhat weakened, but on the other hand, white gets temporary access of that b5 square unless black plays a6. So, I mean, just generally speaking, the fact that a4 has been played and not pawn not being defended, I think these details should give black counterplay down the line. So obviously sharp, still early, but just a detail in the position that should be in black's favor. So Ehlvest Arnason, what did we have? So Ehlvest was thinking here where to put the knight. He jumped in the center. It was exchanged, d6, d4, using the fact that the knight is pinned, so white can advance, but queen c8 defends the bishop and now threatens captures on d4. Well, I don't know, on the surface it looks like black is doing quite alright here, exchanging one pair of knights, and well, now threatening to exchange in the center. Bishop f6 can be played to increase the pressure in the center. Guess white can play c3, bc, bc, yeah. But now I think even maybe a move like a5 with the idea ed, cd, and then knight b4, establishing a knight on a solid square is possible. Maybe that's even possible immediately. ed, cd, and knight b4, yeah, probably. Yeah. So just takes, knight b4, oops, attacking that bishop, takes on b7 and queen b7. And this attacks the pawn, and then on the next move, black can play a5 or maybe even c5. So I think this is quite alright for black. So it seems that black solved the opening problems, and he also has a 20-minute advantage on the clock, so good development for Arnason. Board 4, Totson, Yermolinsky, the Caro-Kann. We had here bishop f4, knight d2, a6 again, yeah, rook e1, e6, knight e5, rook c8, and queen e3. The idea is to probably go bishop h6. So white is concentrating here more on the king side. But okay, this is just rock solid for black, and but a playable position, yeah. Okay, knight e5. Now how does white recapture, with a pawn or with a bishop? Well, both seem possible. A matter of choice, so probably something to think about for white, unless he had made the decision from earlier. So the match is, well, I think sharp on board 1, but maybe white is better there. Playable on board 2. Okay, just let's revise the positions, yeah. Okay, so that was played bishop g7, he takes f5, yeah. So playable on board 2, and equal on board 3, and equal on board 4. So okay, some slight initiative in the match for USA. Italy already leads against Austria thanks to that win on board 4 in only 7 moves. So let's go back to the Petrov on the Godina board. Bishop e7, h3, stopping bishop g4, castles. Okay, c3, knight b7, bishop c2, and now rook e8. Yeah, like I said, I like these plans with b6 here for black. But okay, rook e8, bishop f8, standard stuff. c4, and now d5. cd, h6, preventing bishop g5, knight c3, knight b6. So what we're getting here is that black wants to play against the IQP by taking on d5 and then playing c6 and so on. But these IQP positions, when black has a c pawn instead of an e pawn, tend to be kind of more pleasant for white, because the bishop can be more active on this diagonal, a2, g8, but also there are more ideas of an attack, especially after knight e5. So there is there are less pawns for black on the king side, so it doesn't have these 4 as in IQP structures arising from queen's openings. But he has a pawn here on the c file, which again makes it less let's say sturdy on the king side. And that bishop, in spite of having an open diagonal, doesn't have that many good squares to go to. e6 is probably the best square after taking on d5, but sometimes these sacrifices on e6 also work for white, especially if black is forced to take with a pawn. So okay, let's see. Yeah, As usual, Golden is spending masses of time, but we know what that means. Yeah, nothing to worry about. So Ortega, we had this development, knight, bishop f1, bishop d7, knight d5, as we explained. Black took, went to e5, bishop e3, bishop d4, standard maneuver, neutralizing the bishop on g7, b5, and now f4. Not sure about f4, to be honest. I would be considering something like a4, because white wants to play on the queen side to target these pawns. c3 is probably also a move that can be considered. So okay, but f4, I'm never too keen on weakening moves, you know. Knight c4 takes, yeah. Now likely check will happen, but not necessarily, because the b2 pawn doesn't hang in view of that check. But yeah, maybe a4 now, or just maybe even taking that knight, but I'm not so sure about that. So we will see. And on board 3 we have Bailey against Opel. We had this Spanish, yeah. White advanced in the center, d4, h6, and now took on e5. Yeah, this is common, as it kind of renders the bishop passive when a pawn ends up on e5. But that's why, I mean, I'm kind of surprised that, I mean, he probably considered it, but maybe just taking with the knight was better. And just to keep the long diagonal open for the bishop, yeah. Because d5, these positions tend to be somewhat more pleasant for white, because the bishop is out of play, and well, there is nothing really going on the king side. Yeah, so f5 is, well, can be played but doesn't threaten much. So bishop e3, threatening bishop c5, b6 covering c5, queen d2 attacking h6. So rook d8. So the idea is, if bishop h6 and bishop g4, probably just attacking the queen. So queen c1 and bishop g4. So for now, black sacrifices a pawn because he wants to inflict some structural damage on white on the king side. But I think white can just ignore this, play something like knight fd2, and then I mean, follow the plan that I mentioned. I learned from Tiviakov's book Rock Solid Chess, which is to put the knight on c4, go a4, then b4, maybe a5, maybe b5, yeah, and f3 on the king side, and if allowed, maybe the bishop to get it to this diagonal f1, a6 to target black's queen side. So this looks kind of, like I said, somewhat pleasant for white. So good start of the match for Italy, and okay, they are expected to win it, especially after leading 1-0. And the third match that we are observing, Al-Khalid, North Macedonia against England. We left off after d3. a3 played, intending b4 and bishop b2. a5 stops it. b3, okay, more modest. Bishop c5, targeting the pawn on f2. Bishop b2, bishop f5. Why black really has free development, yeah, here you can see it. So h3, stopping some knight g4 ideas. Queen b6 and rook f1. Yeah, it seems like black is doing quite alright here, yeah. It looks like black is kind of really active and white is really passive, so something does not feel right, or didn't go right for white, and well, he's spending time, and well, black can just play, I don't know, put rooks in the center, and then what does white do? Yeah, taking on f6 doesn't really do much because he has gf6, and then what? Yeah, he gave up the dark squared bishop. So this looks promising for black, I think. Okay, bishop g6, just retreating the bishop. So It's difficult for white here to come up with moves. Yeah, this is quite annoying, that f2. Okay, let's see our Caro-Cans. So after knight e5, Ems decided to take with the rook. Bishop h5, completing the bishop transfer. Rook e3, b5, b5. Okay, starting some sort of a minority attack, but with the queen on b3, that's not really feasible, I would say. And now knight f3. Well, what can I say? Maybe. But this b5, I'm not sure I really like that, but I guess it's possible. But for example, I mean, queen c2 is worth considering in order to kind of take advantage of that square. Okay, black will play knight d7, but not before playing bishop g6, yeah? So something like this maybe, yeah? Knight b3, knight d7. And then, okay, I mean, let's say queen e2 takes on d3, rook d3, and like the minority attack is never really serious, because let's just say this, some random move for white, and b4 can always be made by cbab. No, sorry, not random move, but a3, and if b4, cbab, and a4. And white obtains a passed pawn. The knight is very good on b3, supporting it, controlling all these squares. So that's why I'm kind of, okay, it is possible to go knight f3 and exchange, but keeping the bishop, but still rook a b8, a3, a5. Maybe white is hoping to create something on the king side, yeah, some threats, but looks far-fetched, especially as the queen is away. White can still play the same, let's say some random move, yeah, b4, cbab, a4, yeah. This is also okay for white, because the bishop is supporting also the pawn, and the rook is supporting the pawn. Okay, no problems for either side, I would say. So what we had here, Arkel and Stanoyevsky. So we had knight b3 and b4. Arkel played bishop f4, queen b6, g4. This is what Stanoyevsky also played against Belia, getting the move, I mean getting the bishop, forcing the bishop to go back. Bishop d7, now knight c5. Bishop e8, queen e3, knight d7, challenging that knight, and now cb4. Complex battle in the Caro-Kann, where, like we said, everything's happening on the queen side. But I think it's rather double-edged here. And on board 4, let's see what happened, what transformation we got. So Davis decided to wait for rook c1, bishop e7, and now knight e1. So he decided to keep tension in the center, because had he wanted to close the center, he could have done it now. Yeah, e5, and the knight is better on f3 than on e1, but I think this is maybe one move too late, because maybe this allows bishop a6 already, and to prevent bishop f1, bishop d3. So he probably made the decision one move earlier not to close the center. Knight f6. Now he's been provoked. e5, dc, knight c4, knight d5. Yeah. So now we have a different structure. We don't have a French structure, but one where black has a strong knight on d5, but also white has knights. Yeah. This one on e1, it's not quite clear where it should go. d3 is obvious choice, but then what from d3? Yeah, it maybe dissuades f4, c5, but well, okay, he played knight d3. Yeah. So pleasant position for white, but also very solid for black. So except for that advantage, I think Adams has on board 1. The match is more or less balanced, but okay, that advantage gives, I think, advantage to England in the match as a whole. Yeah, time for a break, I agree. Just a second. No. Oh yeah, Rock Solid Chess. Yeah, it's a very good book. I mean, at times, the language is a bit strange for me. Okay, it's written in English, but it's a bit kind of to my mind at least, kind of a strange English at times, but it's a thought-provoking book, and I quite liked it, so I found it useful. So yeah. Okay, time for a break. I agree, almost 5 o'clock. So yeah, see you in a while. Back soon. Hi there. No. Hi and welcome back to the live coverage of round 6 of the World Senior Team Championship. So back from the break and we had some more results actually, and again it was the match in between Italy and Austria. As I went downstairs to the playing hall, I saw Fabrizio Belia exit the playing hall with his score sheet in his hand, and I was like, whoa, what happened here? And he said I won. I was like, well, but that was a kind of a solid position. What happened? And this is what happened, so I'll just show you. You see, we left off at queen c1 and black played bishop g4, and the threat was obviously to take on f3 and then kind of wreck white's structure. So white played knight 1d2. I thought knight 3d2 was also possible, but with the idea of knight c4, but this is also fine because white wants to continue with h3 and get rid of that bishop. So bishop queen e7, h3, bishop c8, and now knight drops back to f1. Yeah. And now something probably happened here, which was likely a miscalculation on black's part, because the position is normal. I mean, let's say something king h7 and like really defending the pawn and everything is fine. Yeah. But what black did was queen f6, and what he missed is that after bishop h6, queen h6, he thought that he could go bishop h3, getting the pawn back in view of this attack. So gh3, queen f3 would happen, but he just missed knight g5. The bishop is threatened and mate is threatened. And there you go. Black resigned. 2-0 for Italy. Sounds like a football score. So let's just check the other games, yeah, from the same match. Let's see, Godena against Denk. We check this position after knight b6. Godena played knight e5, knight d5, kept take on d5, queen d3, threatening mate, and now f5. Well, I don't think this is very good, but then again, were there any alternatives? g6 probably not, because knight g6 just beckons. But what about knight f6? Was that an option? But then again, maybe, yeah, well, maybe, I don't know if there are some stuff like bishop h6, gh, knight f7, king f7, queen g6, king e7, and who knows what's going on here. Yeah, how good this is. Yeah, maybe check, king, I don't know, d6, but now rook takes e8, queen e8, queen f6. Okay, definitely looks dangerous. So maybe that was the reason black didn't want to go for this and went f5. But f5 just gives white an eternal knight on e5. Yeah? Bishop d2, bishop d6. Yeah, this is very pleasant for white with that knight on e5. And okay, I mean, really nice position. And even Godena doesn't have that much less time on the clock, only 8 minutes less than his opponent. And on board 2 we had the lawyer from Austria, Tanner. Well, if my pronunciation is okay. And we had the position after king g8. And okay, so actually we had this position. White gave the check. King g8 and played a4. Okay, undermining the queen side. Yeah, so knight b6 played by Ortega. Take on b5, take on b5, rook a5, going after that pawn, but giving up the pawn on c2. And this, I mean, I don't think it's a good exchange. I think I would have preferred c3 for white, but as I mean, white basically wants to keep these 3 pawns together, because exchanging c2 for b5, like in the game, let's say rook a5, c2, bishop b5, leaves him really with 2 isolated pawns. And if you compare, black has the more compact pawn structure, just 1 pawn island, and these pawns can be weak, especially in an endgame. So I don't like this from white from a strategical point of view. Rook e8 was played, bishop d3 attacking the rook c8, and now f5. Okay, now with the queen side kind of pretty destroyed, yeah, white tries to maybe create some things on the king side, but depends how he's going to go about it, because the knight on b3 is pretty far from there, from the king side. The rook on a5 is also far, whereas these three pieces are okay nearby, but still I mean not creating anything concrete. I mean, one idea for white maybe, for example, to go f g6 h g6 and then get the rook to the h file, something like this, yeah, threatening mate. So yeah, definitely something to think about for black, even if maybe it's not immediate. I mean, the threats, it's still something to consider. Yeah, I mean, okay, fragrance enthusiast, horrible move, but I mean, white had to do something, otherwise he's just stuck with a bad structure. And I mean, as long as black cannot use the e5 square, which has been weakened, yeah, now it's not that bad, because it creates some dynamics on the king side. Yeah, so I think it just introduces this dynamism and more risk factor. So, well, who knows, yeah. But what's certain, I think, is that Italy will win this match. Okay, they are 2-0 up. Godena has a good advantage, and Ortega, okay, quite a playable position, by not any means he's lost or anything. Yeah. So let's check the match on board 1, USA against Iceland, and we've had developments. So what happened was, actually after e takes f5, black took with the bishop first, knight f5, gf5, and after knight h4 went queen d7. So this was his intended way to defend the pawn. Now rook g3, e4. Okay, this was desirable for black to play, and now king g1. But now, I mean, for some reason this looks like not that bad for black anymore. So something must have gone wrong for white. So let's just retract bishop f5, yeah, and so okay, knight f5 must be played, because otherwise, like, I don't know if knight h4 deserves any attention, but probably just bishop d3, maybe for that. Okay, no, so the bishop must be taken. Knight h4, queen d7, and now rook g3. Yeah, maybe not rook g3, because I mean, if white is to do something, he needs to kind of get rid of this pin and maybe get the queen to the king side. Maybe queen d1 was better. I mean, okay, maybe there is still no threat of bishop f5 because of rook f2 check, but still, I mean, there is this threat of queen h5, or maybe rook g2 first, and so on. But rook g3, e4, king g1, okay, it just appears as if white is kind of regrouping for some maybe more defensive tasks, which, well, not very pleasant. And what I actively don't like here is the bishop on c2, which is really severely limited by these pawns. I mean, you could argue that black also has a bad piece in that knight on b7, but just I think the bishop is worse than the knight, because the knight, okay, theoretically can go d8, f7, e5, and then it's coming back to life, where the bishop, first the queen needs to move from d2, and then maybe bishop d1, but then what and where? So it doesn't look like it will get any prospects anytime soon. So things, well, gone a bit south for white, I think, here. So let's check board 2. We had this position after, where were we? I think a4, bishop b7. This is what we got. Okay, cd, this is what we had. Yeah, bishop b2, and now knight e4. Normally in these structures, black bases his play on the control over the e4 square, and as we will see also later, the knight can be supported by the f5 pawn. So rook ac1, knight f6, okay, supported by the knight 2, queen b1, and now an exchange on c3, which gets rid of the superfluous knight, because if you look at it, this concept was, I think, I mean, at least I first read about it in Dvoretsky's books, the concept of a superfluous piece. And that happens when you have one good square, in this case e4, and you have two pieces that want to be on that square. And you have two knights, but only one square. And that makes the other knight, which is not on that square, the knight on f6, a superfluous one, because it's just an extra, just not on its best position. So how you solve these problems, this problem of superfluous piece? Well, you exchange the piece that is already on that square, in this case the knight on e4, to free the square for the superfluous piece, which no longer is one. So that's what black does here. Knight takes c3, bishop c3, and knight e4. So now no superfluous pieces for black. Bishop draws back, and f5. Now this looks pretty comfortable for black. White is obviously very solid. Okay, e3, just strengthening d4, strengthening f4. But black is okay, and white, I mean, thanks to black's activity, I don't think white can, I mean, start thinking about dc5 and taking advantage of maybe putting pressure on d5. So white basically only needs to kind of keep it as it is, but that doesn't pose problems. So rook c8 played, knight e5, white is bringing knight to d3, bishop f6, knight d3. But this allows for a change in the structure, so c takes d4. So the problem is that exchanging the bishops, which would be in white's favor, because if you look at this only structurally, white is in the fixed center. White has the better bishop because the opponent's bishop is just looking down its own pawn. But the problem here is obviously that knight c3 wins an exchange. So that's why white had to take with the e pawn, rendering his bishop somewhat passive, being tied down to the defense of the d4 pawn, and bishop g5 now, targeting the rook. So, I mean, both players have access to these central squares e5 and e4. But for now, I mean, okay, white is still solid, but I think it's just around equalish here. Yeah, I mean, balanced. I don't see, I mean, well, yeah, looks about balanced. Yeah, so more so, yeah. So let's go to move to board 3. Okay, something definitely happened here. So after queen c8, c3 was played as we expected, and now bc, ed, and here instead of what we looked at cd right before, white played rook b1, which is an interesting move because it creates the threat of rook takes b7 followed by knight d4, and then to win the pinned knight on c6. Yeah. So black reacted with knight b8. Bishop b7, knight b7, cd, and now c6. Well, okay, c6, maybe c5 was possible. Yeah, maybe. Yeah, but okay, black played c6, and well, I kind of feel that black could have done better here, but I'm not sure how. So maybe rook b1, maybe some alternative how to deal with this threat, but but how to deal with this threat? I mean, can't really. Yeah, must move the knight. So takes, cd. Okay, c6. Okay, maybe it wasn't that easy. Rook b1 was a strong move, obviously. So bishop f4. Now knight d8 again. The knight is going for the e6 square, so d5, playing for domination against that knight, yeah. So cd, ed, knight goes back to b7, now wants to go to c5, knight d4, but white has also good squares for the knight. Rook e8, and white is thinking. Only 13 minutes left for Ehlvest to reach move 40, which is like 19 moves from now, so we have some possible time trouble issues here for the American player, but his position is quite good, also very solid, and I mean pretty easy probably to play with, even though he's probably considering whether to go knight c6 or go rook c1 or go rook e1. Maybe a queen move somewhere to allow maybe queen, I don't know where, but maybe some knight f5 ideas not possible. So an advantage here for white for sure, but some worrying situation on the clock. And on board 4 we had the Caro-Kann, which was developing really pretty slowly. Rook e8, knight f3, knight e4, bishop f4, knight d6, rook e2, b5. So black stabilized more or less the position on the in the center, and now starts the minority attack, but it's not really a scary minority attack. So a3, a5, queen d3, rook b8, h4, threatening h5, yeah. So h5, knight d5, threatening knight c6, rook b6, and now g3. So the point is that whenever some b4 happens, white will likely take on b4 and push a4, and then obtain a passed pawn, and he could also play b3, maybe to control the c4 square, and thanks to that strong knight on e5, the d4 will never really become under attack. So it's a pretty safe position for white. So what happened is that black played knight c4, and white went back knight f3. Maybe now there is more sense in pushing b4, yeah. Let's see b4, but probably the reaction will be the same, I think. Let's say cb, ab, a4. Yeah, looks kind of acceptable, I think, for white. But maybe there is also another reaction. Maybe white can also just take, and then maybe, I don't know, maybe knight g5, and then rook a7, something. Not to there, but to here. I don't know. The point is that BC, again, thanks to this fianchettoed bishop, which is pretty far, and black's pieces being pretty far, black will never get to that c3 pawn, as white keeps a lot of pieces on the board and they're pretty active. So this is around balanced here. So the match is sort of double-edged, you know. On board 1, I think black may be taking over the initiative, at least the playing initiative, while still in a sharp position, and he has, okay, it's moved 32, so no time trouble issues, yeah. On board 2, it's around balanced, I would say. You see now both players planted knights, very well protected knights on the central squares, and it's a sort of a symmetrical position, yeah. Maybe the bishop b4 is more active than the bishop on g2, because the one on b2 and b7 are symmetrically developed and not very active, but I think this is kind of okay for both, yeah. Ehlvest has this advantage, I think, against Arnason, and this is around balance. So very sharp match still on board 1 again between USA and Iceland. So let's move on to the match between North Macedonia and England. Okay, this obviously massive transformations here. Pawn up for black. Looks pretty promising. So let's see what happened. We saw this position after bishop g6. White played knight h4. White, okay, he6 exchanges, yeah, but he wants to exchange the bishop that protects the pawn, but he ceases to control the d4 square. So black takes immediate advantage, bishop d4, Knight takes g6, bishop d4, knight d4. Now the knight is pretty dominant. Yeah. And now Georgiev goes for simplifications and goes with knight e4. That was his idea, to try to attack that pawn on b3. Queen takes b3, knight c5. Okay, but queen c4, knight d3, rook d8. He's now a pawn down. So he probably saw no better way out than just giving up the pawn. So it's funny how very quickly out of the opening black took over the initiative. It was kind of imperceptible, perhaps. Well, this is a characteristic of Adams's games. Somehow everything was theoretical and normal. Both players kind of continued playing normal moves, and then all of a sudden white was in trouble. Okay, rook c1, queen a2, going after this pawn. Rook a1, queen c4, rook c1, queen a2, rook a1, and now queen c2, obviously with a pawn up. Black doesn't want to repeat moves and make a draw, so take on c2, knight a2. White's only hope is if he can just grab that pawn on b7, but in this tactical attacks and counter-attacks, it's black who comes out on top, and I think the key here is this move, knight e3. And it's a very, very nice move by Adams, because without it, I'm not sure if... I mean, okay, maybe just a simple rook d3, rook c2, and now maybe take on a3, maybe just play b6. But the bishop is quite strong, and okay, maybe white has some chances here, but still, pawn is a pawn, yeah. But knight e3 I think is quite nice, because it also weakens the structure on the king side. So bishop b7, rook b8, bishop drops back to f3, rook e3, a4, and rook b3. So this looks like a very, very, very promising position for black, maybe even technically winning. He has the his pawn advantages on the king side. The knight is normally a good piece when things are happening on the king side, and mostly things will happen on the king side because these two pawns, if anybody, white will be forced to defend rather than black. So it's difficult for white to get to the a5 pawn. So okay, another pretty smooth performance by Adams, I would say. Let's see board 2. We had the Carlsbad, and we had this position when Ems allowed the exchange of a bishop for a knight. Rook b8, a3, a5, queen d1 was played. Rook fc8, and now b4. Okay, I'm not sure about this, to be honest, because I guess white could just play h4 or something. Let's say, I mean g3, I don't know. But the point being that if b4, c, b, a, b, a4, maybe he didn't like b3. But even this, I mean a5 and then a6, like what seems to be the problem, yeah? Well, looks okay. But he played b4, stopping b4. Knight e4 now. Again, I'm not sure if this... I mean, but maybe that exchange could not be avoided. But then again, maybe not on e4, maybe knight e8 and just put the knight on c4, yeah? Put pressure there, and if bishop c4, take with a piece and continue attacking that pawn on c3. But knight e4, I think this is good for black. Sorry, for white, that exchange happens on e4. Rook e3 attacks the pawn. Rook a8. Can't really take on e4 because queen c3, but h3 now. This I think is around balanced because white is defending e3, and otherwise, okay, he can just move the rook and just after ab defend c3, and then queen e2 is an option to target b5, maybe queen g4 to target e4. Should be around balanced, I think. A factor, what can be a factor here is the the situation on the clocks, It's move 23, 17 moves left, but only 15 moves for Ems and 20 for Bogdanovsky. So as I mentioned the other day, Bogdanovsky was a notorious time trouble addict in the past, and lately, okay, he generally plays faster, but not always. And on board 4 we had the duel of the Caro-Kann players. Stanislavski likes to play it with white, Arkel with black, so we had this very sharp position after, where were we? Somewhere here. CB4, Queen B4 was played, A3, Queen drops back, and B4. So white established a strong knight on C5, and black immediately undermines it. A5, B takes A5, Queen takes A5. Now the knight is not that strong, but white has a passed pawn. Normally, when there are a lot of pieces on the board, the passed pawns don't go far, but it can be a factor in the endgame. But let's see. Knight takes D7, Bishop D7, Knight E5. More exchanges, because as I mentioned, the less pieces there are, the stronger the passed pawn becomes. Knight takes E5, Bishop takes E5, Rook C3, Queen F4, F6 now. Probably these simplifications after Rook A3, I don't know where they led to. Let's say Rook A3. I mean, probably there are some, for example, Rook A3, Queen E1 check. So probably white needs to move, but then it's just a pawn up for black. So maybe just black decided F6 was better. Okay, this has turned out sour for white. F6, Bishop B8. Rook C8. Oh, and maybe he just traps the bishop. Bishop F3. Yeah, maybe just traps the bishop. Okay, just take, yeah. Take. And take on E7, just move. And then what? Looks like a piece up for nothing. Wow, things have gone badly wrong for white, obviously. And add to that white has only 9 minutes left. Okay, 12 moves, not that much, but okay, what's wrong is that the position is bad. Okay, so it appears that England is on their way to win the match, because Adams great winning chances here. Arkel seems to be winning. A draw is most likely on board 2, and on board 4 again draw is most likely. So we've had some massive exchanges. So what happened here was we had this position after knight d3. So a3 was played, rook c8, queen a2, when freeing the path for the pawn. Bishop a6, b4, rook c7, queen b3, rook b8, some maneuvering, but black is obviously very solid and white can't make a breakthrough. Knight f4. Okay, this is strange because but maybe black cannot afford to take it. It kind of weakens the structure, but this, if he had an option to play queen h4, that would have been great, but he cannot, and this opens the bishop, yeah, and there may be some issues against the c pawn, but maybe even this was possible. One way or another, okay, black decided to wait. Knight e3, bishop g5, knight fd5, cd5, h4, bishop d8. Okay, this just is going towards simplifications and draw. Bishop f1, b5. Yeah, now the bishop is coming to b6 to put pressure on d4. So queen c b2, bishop b6, king g2, exchange, rook c8, takes, king f3. Okay, this will be a draw because black cannot, no entry points on the c file, while white will bring the king to d3 to cover d4, and then we'll offer exchange of queens, and that will be just a draw. So seems like a fair result, but okay, generally speaking, it seems that, well, things are going well for England in this match. Let's move on to the S65 section, and we had a result on board 1 in Germany against Slovakia. And if you remember, we left off somewhere here where I said that this is kind of a okay position for black. He played queen f6. I guess it's okay. Castles, rook d8, rook c1. Okay, rook c1 already inviting some sharp play. Yeah, I think, I mean, I had when I was looking at this position, I had the impression that actually black should take on d5 sooner rather than later. And then after knight d5, even challenge that knight with bishop e6. This was my impression. But he just left it there for long. Okay. Rook c1, and now, okay, this is an issue, yeah? He went c4, queen e3, now threatening bishop c4 because he's no longer pinned, queen b2, and now rook c3. Okay, threatening maybe queen check on d4. So he kind of blocked the queen's way back to the king side. And now black played f6, which, okay, I mean, after when the game is finished, I get these automatic evaluations and by Stockfish, which is integrated in the Lichess website, and it says that now f6 was a blunder, and black should have taken knight d5, knight d5. But this also looks very dangerous for black. Yeah, I mean, the queen is out of the play, but maybe there are... Okay, queen d4 is a threat, and then there is no f6, so, I mean, I don't know what's going on here. But maybe just somehow holdable, yeah? Still looks dangerous. Okay, he played f6, trying to cover some dark squares, but now f5. e5, sorry. And sacrificing a piece, but creating a devastating attack. So knight d5, ef6. Knight f6, queen e7. Okay, not even sacrificing a piece. Yeah, I was thinking. Okay, yeah, knight d5, ed5, but if king f6, I just pretty much everything wins here. Yeah, check and knight d5, and I mean, okay, so it's not even a piece sacrifice. So just unclear what black missed. As it was, okay, just poof. The threat is rook h3 to win the queen. Queen d2, rook e3, yeah, still stopping the queen, yeah, and maybe threatening rook e7 and queen g7 and so on. Look how bad the black's development is. That's why I said that I thought black should take on d5 and follow up with bishop e6. So queen d4, seeking exchange, but queen h4, rook e7, rook e1, and black resigned. Wow, this was just so brutal. Okay, there are these threats here. This was so brutal. But a great victory by Rainer Knack, and a huge step towards another match victory for Germany. I would not have expected Stachnik to collapse so quickly, especially in the Grunfeld that he has played all his life. So impressive stuff here. Draw was agreed on board 2, and as we said, okay, this was the repetition that we mentioned. Board 3, Kalinchev, okay, is cruising to yet another win, it appears. 2 pawns up. So let's see what happened a bit earlier. So rook b1 was played. Okay, f5, takes, knight h4. Yeah, this is why g3 was played. f4, I don't like this, because in the King's Indian, black should always be very careful when weakening the light squares. I don't really like f4. If any pawn should be pushed, it should be the e pawn, yeah, to open the dark squared bishop, to allow knight e5, yeah. Okay, f4, but now knight e4. d6 is hanging, knight f6, bishop d3, and this is the problem. Once white establishes control over the light squares, there is no attack, and black's position is simply strategically busted. Knight e4, bishop e4. You see, but again, you know, I mean, now I keep saying this. Kalinchev, yeah, how he wins his games. You see, nothing like they're just handing it over to him. Yeah, the guy's having a fantastic tournament. Just well done for him. But I mean, we're looking at his games day after day, and we see exactly the same scenario. Nothing in particular after the opening, just some normal, regular, solid stuff. And then his opponents start just collapsing and committing strategical mistakes, committing blunders, and he just scoops them over. I like it. What can I say? I really like it. So 98, intending knight f6 to at least cover some light squares, queen c2, attacking h7, knight f6 and bishop f5. Yeah, just common sense strategy. Exchange the light squared bishops, black's most important light square, I mean most important light piece, because it controls the light squares, and without it black is fatally weak on the light squares. So takes with a queen, no tricks, because knight d5 is check and wins a piece. So 98, queen g4, queen c8. Okay, thank you very much. An endgame, superior endgame, why not? gf4 and bishop h6. Yeah, if he takes f4, I suppose rook e7 should be pretty strong. So bishop h6, pinning the bishop, knight g2, defending the pawn, yeah, knight g7, and now b4. Finally executing the programmed queen side break. And the point is obviously to open the b file and activate the rook. So knight f5. I don't know if black could have gone knight h. No, can't really, because bc and rook b7, yeah. So knight f5, but now bc, knight d4. Okay, just sacrificing material for some activity, but with no queens on board, this will never really work. Rook e3, preventing knight f3 check. Bishop takes f4, knight f4, ef4, rook d3, dc5, rook b7. So it's already a pawn up, and after rook f7, it's 2 pawns up. And this is really a pretty simple win, because I mean, okay, the trick here is that, okay, this trick, knight e2, king f1, knight f4, doesn't win a piece because white regains it. And the reason this is easily winning is that that knight cannot stay on d4. Had white had a light squared bishop, then maybe black could have had some chances, but now, okay, just the bishop will go after the knight and take it, and that's it. Well, another great win for Kalinchev. Yeah, what can I say? Like I said, I'm impressed, like how he's winning his games in this really calm and solid manner, really, with a lot of patience, just scooping everything that comes to him. Okay, so the game finished actually. After bishop f4, it's 1-0. So Germany won the match. Yeah, 2.5 points already. On board 4, we have well, some sort of, I would say, equalish end game, but it doesn't affect the score of the match. So Germany, another win, maintaining their 100% score. Well done to them. But on board 2, okay, the game between Lyoki and Nan finished in a draw. And this was really sharp, and I was looking forward to this. So let's see what happened. So we had this position after queen a5. Okay, white played bishop f2, c4 by Nan, and e5. Okay, king h1 actually first. Yeah, knight c5. Okay, and now it's becoming really sharp, because the knight threatens knight d3, but it abandoned control over the e5 square. So now white takes and pushes e5. So takes in order to avoid knight d3 and pushes e5. And now d takes f5, if takes e5, knight d7. This is a typical transformation in the Benoni, as white forces through e5, black retreats, but then counterattacks white's center. The pawn is lost, yeah, if it stays there, and something like e6, for example, can be met by probably just taking and just maybe probably knight e5 or something like this, yeah. But then maybe bishop b7, yeah. Yeah, maybe. But things are, I mean, okay, bishop b7, rook b8, and then maybe rook b2. Typical sharp stuff in the Benoni, yeah. But normally one of the ideas of pushing e5 is to free the e4 square for the knight, and here white plays knight e4 with the idea of knight d6. Yeah, so queen before knight d6 and now knight d5. Another common motive in the Benoni is that very often in these, when white pushes e5, black is willing to destroy this pawn pair e5 d5 even at the expense of material. And the point is that after knight d8 rook e8, what he claims to have as way of compensation is still the pressure on the queen side and control over the dark squares. So I mean, just imagine, let's say, this knight being on d6 and then having fantastic bishop and queenside majority. It can easily happen that black may even be better in those positions. But here the thing is that the pawn is still free to go forward. And I think, I mean, white needs to play in some sort of dynamic way here, trying to force through that pawn, because if as I said, black is allowed to consolidate, and then his queenside majority may turn out to be a more important factor than white's extra exchange. So again, the game finished, and I got this like automatic evaluations on the side. So white played rook e2, defending against queen b2, rook d8. So the rook is moving away from the pin and stops the d pawn from advancing. So queen e1, attacking the knight, queen d6, establishing control over the dark squares. But on the other hand, well, okay, the queen no longer attacks b2. But okay, that was already protected. So bishop e4, avoiding knight f3. Yeah, even though, I mean, here, if knight f... Okay, no, I mean, queen e1 just, yeah, attacks the queen. So queen d6, bishop e4, h5. Yeah, black doesn't really risk anything here. Like I said, if anything, it can be he who is better. I'm curious, like maybe if b5 was possible here. And let's say a b, and then just continue with the advance. Yeah, like I said, black is not worse, and he has ideas to improve his position, whereas white doesn't have. White is actually quite static. He needs to defend the pawn on d5, and the rooks don't have really much scope. But okay, none played h5. Generally useful move, but I don't know what the concrete idea is, because now white, I guess, could have played a5 and stopped b5. So that's why I thought maybe b5 earlier was better, but okay, rook d1 was played. He did not play a5, and now b5. Yeah, so takes, queen a5, attacking the pawn, rook b8, rook a1, and now f5. f5 and draw was agreed. Well, f5. Why f5? But I mean, I don't like it because it just weakens the king. Okay, here the engine says knight d7, which, yeah, looks more compact. Yeah, and I think in case of knight d7, white would have been on the defensive and not a pleasant defensive task. Yeah, but after f5, okay, just I guess bishop drops back. But I mean, it does limit the bishop. But the question here is, can black actually take that pawn on d5? Maybe that's why it was played, yeah? Who knows what was going on here? Okay, maybe queen c7. Yeah. And rook d8, I guess. But okay, the threat is actually rook a7, yeah? So maybe that's why rook b7 should be played. Okay. Check, king h7, yeah? But okay, this is obviously very sharp, yeah? Obviously very sharp. I mean, it would have been nice if they continued, but can't blame them, yeah? Like I said, my gut feeling is that this is a bit too weakening for black. I would have preferred to keep the king safe and just maneuver with my pieces. As we saw this simple line with queen queen coming to c7, it's well, a bit risky, yeah. So okay, I mean, you know, as they say, timely draw offer, yeah. When probably neither player liked their position, but I would have liked black position here. I mean, but okay. So let's see board 2. Kosten was having a good position in English, but things have changed a lot, and at first sight this appears that black is kind of okay here. So let's see what happened. D3, knight a5, f4 was played, queen e7, and now c5. Why c5? I mean, I wouldn't have touched the queen side here, to be honest. I would have thought of maybe f5, I would have thought of maybe g4, but c5, I positively don't like that, because like the point in the position is that white should play on the king side, right? And so why disturb anything elsewhere? Just keep it as solid as possible, as quiet as possible, and just advance. So c5, I can't say I like, because just opens the position where black wants to play. I mean, the idea is apparently if dc, f takes e5, queen takes f5, and something like d4. But and this looks good for white for sure, but black is not forced to take, yeah? He goes rook fd8, and now cd, bishop a3. I just think that white did not really play in the right direction here. Playing in the center, I think it helps black. Yeah, I just think that having started with f4, he kind of did the start-stop. Started to play on the king side and just changed direction, which I kind of don't like. So bishop queen e6, and now c4 b5. Yeah, now black gets this, opens the queen side, and white can't really imagine like building an attack as he could have probably previously. So all exchanges on b5, knight c3, bishop c6, bishop b4, knight b7, queen d2, and d5. Yeah, this looks that black got out of it kind of in a better way than probably should have. So yeah, and then okay, what's worrisome here for both players is they have 5 minutes for white, 6 minutes for black, and 19 moves to be played, so could be some hectic time trouble. So yeah, we will see. And likely, okay, I mean, as we expected, the position was drawn. I mean, the game was drawn on board 3. We remember we had this position. Bishop e3 played by white, just more exchange. Okay, and now, okay, in fact, okay, I would have expected rook d1 first, but bishop e3, and black played a nice sequence, e4, d4, bishop e3, f takes e3, and bishop g4. Obviously the pawn cannot be taken because the knight is hanging, but bishop g4 is nice. Rook d4, takes, and knight e5. Yeah, this is very pretty, strategically very pleasing, but it is still a pawn down for black, and apart from the pretty knight, it appears that he can't do much elsewhere. So bishop e2, g6, b3, king g7, both sides kind of improving, and at some point just repeating. Okay, so we had a well, fair result, especially after white's opening, how it went. Yeah. And let's see what happens on board 4. Okay, this is already something strange, because should be just a draw, I reckon, because after the exchange of rooks, the pawn will be exchanged. Something like, I don't know, takes on c4, king h4, and then some g4 will happen. So this is the draw. So everything will be decided in the time scramble in the game Kosten Rus. Well, it could have gone much better for Kosten. So everything hangs on this game. Well, but most likely that this, okay, being an equal position, but okay, not still, it's not really a draw, so can't say it's going to be a draw. But the good news for Germany is that they keep on winning and well, maintain their 100% score. So it's kind of, they already played their immediate competitors, so it's kind of, it appears that they're running away with it, with the victory in the tournament. So take on e5, queen e5. Now g3 is hanging. How does white defend it? King h2, queen f2, something like that. 2 minutes left for Kosten. So wow, 7 for Rus. 17 moves to play. So actually we can stick around with this one as well. It is a decisive game for the match, and we can expect some quick moves here because neither player has much time. So let's see what we will get here. I mean, theoretically white can end up with a weak pawn on e4. After all, exchanges like d4 and just everything is chopped off on e4. And if enough pieces are exchanged, then well, white just end up worse. But so far, really there is no danger of that, I think, as long as there are enough pieces to create activity. I mean, an interesting idea is something like maybe knight e2, defending the pawn, and bishop c3. Yeah. Let's see what he comes up with. Yeah, interesting stuff. Well, time's running out. Tony better make a move. I mean, let's see. I mean, I'm looking at the stream from the playing hall, but I can't really see that far to the S65 section. It's like really down the playing hall, so you can't see. It's a big playing hall, very nice one. So okay, queen f2 was played, d takes e4. How does white take? With a pawn or with a piece? I mean, he can take with a knight, for example, because knight e4 allows queen f7. But even that may not be the end of the world. Let's say king h8 and now d4 and queen g3. Okay, there is also queen d4 winning a piece, but so maybe just d takes e4. It looks kind of safer. And now some rook somewhere, maybe knight d6. I mean, there are a lot of pieces, and then that means that, well, a lot of calculation is needed, but that's not so easy. Okay, d4 white is thinking, yeah. Well, I guess both captures are possible, but so sharp stuff. But like I said, I wouldn't be surprised if it peters out to some sort of a draw. But like again, strategically speaking, it's white who runs more risks. Like I said, because of his worse pawn structure, he may end up with an isolated pawn. Let's say on e4 or even d3, and these g3 is also kind of tender. and that just means that I mean, as long as there are enough pieces on the board, he should be able to have activity that will distract black from playing against that IQP, let's say on e4, but long term he runs some risks ending up worse. So it's yeah, okay. I mean, obviously the clock here, the clock time here is not correct because Kosten ran out of time. But I mean, that means two things: either there is a even more delay in the transmission, or there was a draw for that was accepted, and that's it. So okay, I'll just stick around for a few more moments, and if okay, d4 was played. Okay, so d4. So you see, the clock is not quite right because now it shows 157 for Kosten. So after every move, it probably just resets. I'll just jump to the other board and come back because then I have the notation without any lines. So d takes e4. Yeah. So it remains tense. It remains tense. 157 for 15 moves for Kosten. 6 minutes for Rus. Or Ross, I don't know how they pronounce their names. Okay, so maybe black will think for a while here. Let's just then go over to the S50 section and then we'll come back here. So let's see what happened there. If we had some results. Actually, we've had results, 2 draws on boards 2 and 4 in Iceland, USA. That was kind of expected, I think, because we had this position when we both players had locked knights. And queen d3, queen d6, bishop f3, a6, takes, rook c1, draw. Okay, expected. And similar on board 4, we had this position after g3, I think, knight c4, knight f3, a4. Okay, black just decided to lock up everything and then shake hands. Yeah, didn't even try to push before. So rook e1, queen f6, queen f5, f6, knight c4, dc. Okay, dc. Well, problem is he would like to take bc, but the problem is that the pawn is hanging. So dc and draw. Okay, expected again. So the match will be decided on boards 1 and 3. Well, this definitely appears that black took over the initiative and demolished white's queenside. So what happened? We saw this position after rook f8. Knight g2 was played. Knight d2. Like I said, the knight from b7 has some prospects. d8, f7, e5, but the bishop on c2 doesn't have prospects. So f3. Okay, yeah. Shabalov understands the problem that is the bishop, so he tries to undermine this structure f5, e4 to give the bishop some life, yeah. But queen a7 and e3 played. Well, it's a small trick because let's say queen e3, knight e3, f4 is the idea. So queen e1 was played. I mean, I guess the idea was that now that the pawn has been forced to step on a dark square, the bishop is more active, but that allows kind of a still some problems on the queen side. Yeah, so queen a3, f4, bishop c3, queen e3, and bishop b4. So black won a pawn, and unless white can somehow muddy the waters on the king side, it should be winning for black. But how he can do that, I'm not sure. Yeah. So Shabalov also playing on last seconds, but only 2 moves to make, so it shouldn't really be a problem. So he will likely make the next 2 moves pretty fast. And I mean, from I look at the live stream, and he's still at the board, so the game is still ongoing, even 15 minutes ahead. So obviously he made it to the time control and still thinking, but so we'll get the moves pretty soon, I think. What can white do? I mean, okay, g6, but g6 just allows an endgame. So how does that figure out? I mean, in an endgame, just these two pawns should decide, yeah? I guess just take on e3 and think later, yeah? I mean, I guess it's also possible to take on g6, but I mean, from a practical perspective, I would be, I mean, from black side, yeah, I would just be, I mean, happy to get the queens off the board, because I understand that the only counterplay white wants to master is against black's king. So without queens, the king should be safer and the counter should be less strong, and the pawns remain. So I would just chop off the queen, but okay, black is thinking. 15 minutes left, so I guess still time to think a little bit whether to. Oh yeah, okay, so she chopped them off. Yeah, expected, like it's a natural reaction. Yeah. And now, okay, now there are options. Obviously, take on g6, play something like bishop d2. Yeah. Things to think about here, yeah, or take on g6. I don't know, whatever is better, but this definitely feels it says it should be winning for black. So, okay, I think that the key moment was where white couldn't kind of deal with these pawns on e4, f4, and maybe that move, I think rook g3 that he played, was probably the moment when he missed it. So let's check if the Americans have a chance to save the match. Ehlvest Arnason, we had this position after rook c5. Oh, sorry, knight c5. h3 was played, bishop f8. The bishop is passive, but it is defending the pawn, yeah? So queen c2, queen d7, knight c6, takes on e1, rook e8, rook e3. So black is seeking exchanges, but the problem is that his knight on c5 can be attacked by a white bishop. So with rook e3, white is inviting this exchange, because then he can chop off that knight. And if he can do that, then he can go after the a6 pawn and practically, well, have excellent winning chances, because the knight on c6 is untouchable and also supports the pawn. So, okay, black doesn't take, g6, a5. Okay, nice move, fixing the pawn on a6. Takes, yeah, queen b7. Still seeking for some activity, I guess, but I can actually choose when to take on c5. I guess it is possible to do so immediately, but it's not necessary. So queen c4 first makes sense, because ties the black queen down to the defense of the a6 pawn. h5, g4, gaining some space on the king side, takes, check, king g2, knight d3. So just trying to go for some activity, because passive play looks pretty grim. Bishop d2, knight b2. So the idea is that, okay, black is going after the queen and wants to dislodge it from a spot from where the queen controls the e4 square. So that's why queen a6, for example, doesn't really work, because of this check, and it's pretty unpleasant. So knight b2. So where does the queen go? Maybe to b4. Yeah, just some pin. But then maybe there is queen d3. Yeah, and the threat is check and to win the knight. Maybe just black is wiggling out, yeah? Maybe, yeah. It still looks suspicious, because the a6 is an eternal weakness, but perhaps white was a bit too hasty to weaken the king side that quickly. But okay, what's done is done, and Okay, it's what we have. Well, as things stand, then it appears that Iceland is on the verge of winning the match. Let me just check the standings here, and I think, yeah, I mean both teams had 9 points each, and if Iceland wins, that will be opening a huge 2-point gap ahead of the. Actually, it will be Italy who are winning their match, and Italy will have then 10 points, and Iceland will have 11, and USA will stay on 9. So, and likely joined by England on 9. So yeah, interesting developments for sure. And okay, let's see where Ehlvest puts the queen. Yeah. So while doing that, let's just quickly go over the Italian match. Okay, exchange up for Godena. Should be kind of winning. Ortega exchanged the queens and still has the better structure. B2, D5 are weak, so okay, just confirming that Italy are winning the match. Okay, so let's check Kirill Georgiev Adams. Oh, he collected all his pawns, yeah. But this is actually quite funny because all these pawns are on the G file, and let's say Rook A4, Rook A8, and but okay, some G5 should kind of, but then G5, H5, yeah, but G6, but okay, this is just well, should be just winning, yeah. Should be just winning. So Adams will win. Ems Bogdanovsky. Well, things have changed. What happened here? So we had this position. Queen E2 was played. Queen C4, Queen B2, F5, F3, takes, take Rook A4. Okay, wanting to double and then go Rook A2. So takes on A4, Queen A3, Rook A8, Rook F1, King H7, Rook E1, Rook C8, Rook C1, Rook Queen D3, King H1. Yeah, definitely Black is pressing here. Especially in view of these ideas of F3 and going after the king. So Bogdanovsky seems to have outplayed his opponent, and pretty good chances actually here. Okay. But did Keith do the job done? Well, he definitely won a piece and some concentration of pieces on the king side, but I don't see anything concrete for white. So should be winning for black, and this was an expected draw, but okay, things have happened. For some reason, after king f3, black played f6. So black probably didn't want to make a draw because they're losing on board 1 and board 3, so he wanted to continue. ef6, queen f8, knight g4, h5, knight e5, queen f6 check, king g2, queen f5, f3, controlling e4, bishop c7, going after the knight, queen c3, takes, king h7, king f2, queen b1, king e3, king g6, and queen d2. So, I mean, it appears that black can be kind of sort of pressing, but objectively I guess it should be a draw. I mean, if something like king f5, I guess the king is not going anywhere, but because if he takes on d4, there is on e5, there is always some queen d4, and then some pawns are hanging. Yeah. So this should be a draw, but okay, it will continue for a while. It's okay. I mean, they're fighting the Macedonians. Yeah. We will see. Let's go back to the time trouble in the Kosten game, and some big things have happened here. He won. Wow. Wow. Great stuff. What happened? What happened here? So we had this, he took d4, okay, we saw this. Knight d8 was played. Okay, I was thinking maybe knight d6, but okay. King h2, knight d6, knight d5. And then just some amazing blunder, yeah? Bishop b7 allowing bishop c3. Whew. Mutual time trouble. That's mutual time trouble for you guys. Amazing stuff. So knight e4, queen f7. That was 1 in 2 moves. Amazing. But huge win for England. What can I say? I mean, they win the match and at least keep some pace. Germany won 3-1, so the games have the main matches have finished in the S65 section. But at least England are keeping pace. Yeah, just let me check the standings. They should still be okay, 2 points back, because Germany have won all their matches and they lost to Germany, so they are 2 points back. But on the other hand, they are well ahead of the rest. So we have a 2-horse race, but with the Germany already having beaten England, they are on course to win the championship. So we just now concentrate on the S50 section and see what's going on there. Let's see board 1. So after knight e3, black played bishop d2, attacking the rook and the knight, and knight f5. So you see Shabalov just doing all that he can to stir up trouble and create a mess. The point, of course, being if taking on c1, then whether g7 or knight e7 or knight h6, well, not sure, because g7 threat is made, but rook f5, bishop f5, now the threat is bishop h7, so definitely some messy stuff. Yeah, but instead of bishop c1, black took on g6, which is the more sensible thing to do, not allowing any counterplay. And now white is thinking, but they pass the time control, so they get there 15 minutes, so likely they'll get more time. So again, it's a very calculational position still. Yeah, I mean, the rook is hanging, the rook cannot move because the bishop will fall, but there are things against the king side, so probably rook g6 check, then king f. Okay, rook g6 check makes sense. Now going to the h file just allows perpetual. King should go to f7. Now another check. King must go to e7. And now white can think what to do. I mean, he's even a pawn up here, so maybe things are not that grim, even though these two are dangerous. But well, now even some ideas like sacrificing a piece for the remaining pawns is a salvation idea. Yeah. Now what to do? I have no idea, to be honest, but it's definitely sharp. Yeah, I mean, white must find something, otherwise just losing material in view of that attack on the bishop, rook on c1 and bishop on c2. But I don't know if, but I don't like if there is some sort of a, let's say, mechanism here. Let's say bishop f5, bishop c1, and now a perpetual. Yeah, a very strange construction for a perpetual. Yeah. But okay, we'll see if anything of this is forced, or they'll go for this, or there are some other lines, but we will see. Okay, but I don't think white is as lost as it appeared a bit earlier. So Ehlvest Arnason. Okay, what happened here now? Okay, White managed to chase off the queen back. So knight b2 was played, queen b3, not queen b4. Queen e4 check, queen f3, queen c4. I mean, exchange of queens. It's strange because no, actually it should be bad because there is this quick knight b8, knight a6. Okay, so black must keep the queens on board. So queen c4, knight d8. Okay, this is interesting. Going after f7. Oh, going after f7. Forcing queen c7, and now knight c6. Okay, this was nice, yeah? Knight d8, opening the queen's path back, and then shutting it back again. So by going back to c6, now queen is restricted to the black side of the board. So knight c4, bishop c3, queen d7, and queen e4. So white is just, okay, the knight is under attack, but where does it go? But there is also this idea of queen d4 and then threatening mate. So okay, things are looking pretty grim here for black. I mean, if knight e5 just drops a pawn, okay, well, definitely good chances for white here. And okay, in view of the mess on board one, well, what looked like a lost match or likely lost match may well turn around completely and USA even wins. But this is definitely a very, very important match for both. Okay, knight a3. Okay, now I guess queen d4, f6, only move. Another question is whether to take and allow queen g4 check. King f1, check. No idea if this is any good, or maybe actually better, king h2, queen h5, king g3. Yeah, this is much better because queen d5 is a mate. Yeah, so okay, looks pretty good. So I mean, basically it's the duel of the leaders, and whoever wins obtains great chances overall, because it will open a 2-point gap between second place. Actually, no, it will be 1 point because Italy will come to, I think we said this, Italy will come to just check, yeah. Yeah, so the winner would get 11 and Italy gets 10. But then Italy lost already to USA, so we'll see. Actually, just a second, let me check that one too. Did they lose to USA or? Actually, they lost to England, yeah. They lost to England. Round 3. Yeah, they lost 1.5 to England thanks to Adams's win against David. But they've beaten everybody else, so well, pretty good showing for Italy. Yeah, so that will be, I mean, that means that USA will meet Italy in the next round. But okay, let's not jump ahead of ourselves, yeah? Let's not jump ahead of ourselves. So Ehlvest is thinking. Shabalov thinking. Let's see, Godena exchange up, but maybe things have become a bit more complicated. Either way, not risking losing. Ortega. What happened here? Well, he blundered the rook. This is strange. Okay, let's say knight a. Okay, knight b6, rook d3, rook b5, rook b7, king f8, defending e7, rook h3. Oh, Wow. Rook a8, check, and wow. It should have been easily cruising. Suddenly, Godena must make a draw. Yeah, I mean, okay, he's not risking on anything. He's an exchange up, but still, it's a shock to lose like this from that type of position. Wow. Okay, I mean, I don't know if we're getting these huge blunders. We also saw it in the game of Kosten, like 1-move blunders, like 2-move blunders maximum. So I don't know if it's fatigue or, I mean, whatever reason, like what the reason, or stress or pressure or tension or all things combined. But I have the impression that we're getting more of these as the tournament progresses. Let's check Kirill Georgiev Adams. Kirill decided not to. Aha, so you see the point. He played rook d2, the point being to give mate. So, and he's running away with the rook. And now it's for black to probably at some point just push g5, but then g5, h5. How does he? But maybe black can actually play rook c3. And in fact, he's faster to mate. Yeah, like this. So again, somehow I don't believe that white can save this. Ems Bogdanovsky. Whoa, more changes here and now. This definitely black should keep the draw. What happened? We had here, yeah, rook a1, rook c8, rook c1, and f4. Yeah, this is what I said. Queen takes a4, rook c3. Well, I mean, I don't like this honestly, because I think it was better to play f3 and keep the rooks on board, because with rooks on board, white can create attack. But doesn't work. Queen c2. Unfortunately. Okay, so rook c3, but now it's just no risk for white whatsoever. The passed pawn will just it's just a draw now. f3 and some perpetual. Yeah. Okay, this is a draw. Yeah, and we have it officially. Arkel still a piece up, but this time for 2 pawns, so he had to get some pawns back. Let's see what we had. So, okay, I'm not sure. Okay, we left off somewhere here. So rook e3, rook e8, queen c6, takes, rook d8, a4, bishop e4, takes, a5, rook c8, queen e4, f5. Okay, Stanislavski definitely managed to complicate matters, and he's getting some pawns back, but I think this is a bit too much, maybe. What if just black takes? I mean, sorry, white takes. Well, I think Arkel misplayed it big time. Just gave up so many pawns and just was too confined, like couldn't break open from that passivity that he had. Okay, this is just another turnaround, totally unexpected. Still, I don't think he risks losing, but it's definitely not the extra piece technical win that I was expecting. Okay, let's check the queen's endgame on board 4. Okay, this is again, it should be a draw. Yeah, maybe some queen e3, defending the pawn, threatening queen a7. Should be some sort of a draw. So we Ems was okay. So I expect Adams to win, and then Arkel. I don't know what's going on. So difficult to predict these things, you know. You would say, okay, I mean, you have grandmasters playing, but even grandmasters playing, you have these totally unexpected turnarounds and changes in evaluations, from winning to losing to drawing to everything in between. It's, I mean, on one side it's just interesting, it's exciting. It's not the typical, you know, one-way street that you get when you have the elite players playing. You know, one gets an advantage, so you know then, okay, if it's winning, he will win. Yeah. Whereas here, I mean, even if somebody's winning, you're not entirely sure that they will win, and I'm kind of saying things under that impression that okay, these are grandmasters, they have technique, and if something is winning, they should win. But it's not always that simple, obviously, and well, their technique is not as good as the one of these elite players. So again, maybe I should be more careful with my predictions. So looking at the stream, and the games are still ongoing. So yeah, well, okay, F5. White is thinking. I mean, GF, maybe Queen F5. Yeah, maybe, and then if Bishop D4, there is this Rook H7 and Queen C8, which definitely looks great for White. Not risking anything at all. So yeah, well, well, kudos to Stanoyevsky for just not giving up when just being a piece down. So GF5 was played. Okay. So as we covered the S65 section, we won't be going to those because everything finished there. We're going to stick with the S50 and checking these games that are still in play. So let's go back to Shabalov still thinking. Okay, still thinking, and okay, even 15 minutes in the future, as I can see on the stream, they're still there. So the game is ongoing. Still thinking. Okay, and board 3. Okay, Queen D4 F6 has been played. Ehlvest is thinking whether to take on F6 or to play something else, likely something like F3 or King G3, defending the pawn on G4. But that would allow maybe Knight B5, then Queen F6. Maybe that's also a possibility. But I suppose after F3, some Bishop G7 will just defend the pawn. It's very passive for black. White has definitely good winning chances here. So it looks like for now the Americans are set on winning the match as long as this is salvageable for White. Okay, Godena drew, which was a very smart thing to do after that shock on board 2. So what did we have? Okay, so it was Bishop D5, Rook E1. Okay, just a draw, yeah. Neither side can make progress, as they say. It's funny that the rook has no squares here. I mean, just A5, yeah. Maybe black should have tried to continue. I mean, that was their only chance to salvage the match after that big present they received on board 2. But well, the Italians should have won this match in a much less nerve-wracking fashion. But okay, they won in the end. So let's check Kirill Georgiev Adams. Adams still thinking what to play, and I mean, I don't know if it's, let's say, G5, A4, H5 maybe, just if they advance. Is this a threat? Rook E8? No, because the same trick still works. Okay, if this, go back, and then just the staircase mate, yeah. So maybe even G5 immediately, yeah. Let's see, GF5, Bishop F6, Rook E6. Now it will definitely be White who is pressing to play for a win here. I mean, even materially, he has 3 pawns for the piece, so it's I mean, looking at the match, it's their only chance, because board 4 we should be a draw. Okay, giving checks. I mean, I don't know if, for example, king goes to f2 if d4 is playable, but the pawn is never really a threat, or it shouldn't really be, with the king being close. But okay, I don't know, black can try, yeah, even though some perpetual should always be somewhere on the radar. We will see. But okay, we don't expect much here. So yeah, I mean, funny. It will be funny if they salvage a drawn match, Macedonia Alkaloid, after being completely lost. Yeah, so just very, very bad game by Arkel after winning the piece. Yeah, just very bad conversion. And but okay, I mean, also credit to his opponent Stanovsky, who never gave up fighting. So yeah. Yeah, now it's difficult. Yeah, so white is pressing for a win here. What a turnaround. Oh well, a6, okay. Yeah, I mean, the problem for black here is that white is totally solid. Just everything is defended. Look, pawn is defending rook is defending pawn, queen is defending everything. The pawn on d4, the pawn on f5, king is relatively safe, it cannot be approached. And white can just simply continue improving. Let maybe d5, d6, okay, maybe put something behind, a7, threatening. Black's problem is that something always needs to stay near the bishop to defend it, so maybe king g7 must be played to free the movement for the queen. So, ungrateful task for black here, but after being a piece up and with a winning position since move, I don't know, 29, to suddenly having to endure now grueling defense for a draw after being completely winning a piece up, one of the worst transformations and psychological transformations that you can endure in chess. But an interesting match, definitely. Let's go back here. Okay, so that funny thing, it's the line that I showed. So rook g6, king f7, knight d6, king e7, rook bishop f5. And now we have this drawing construction of knight c8, yeah, with the perpetual. And now the question is whether black will... the situation in the match is such that black must try to continue the game, because accepting the draw means that they will likely lose the match, as on board 3 white is winning. So white must try to... black must try to somehow stay in the game and not allow the perpetual. But how can he do that? Let's think for a while. I guess he could move the knight and free the d8 square. That's one idea. What's another? I don't know if rook f6 is worth it, because knight c8, king f7, knight d6 seems to be the same draw. Let's see, rook f6. And no, can't do that, because knight c8, king f7, knight d6 runs into rook d6, and then bishop c1, and then these two pawns are... But okay, let's see. Takes. So what do we have here? How dangerous are these pawns? Okay, but still definitely some winning chances here for black, even though it should be drawable. So okay, that's knight bishop, rook f6. What if the knight moves? Let's say knight f7, yeah. And now what do? If check, king d8. Such a big mess. Maybe just rook b1 or rook somewhere. I mean, no wonder players are spending a lot of time here. Maybe even rook c2. Okay, I mean, no clear path how to continue the game. It just appears that it leads from one sharp position to another sharp position. But if anything, black must try, because here on board 3 it appears pretty grim for black, even though Ehlvest is still thinking. No way. I think queen f6 should be good, but okay, I mean, probably not that easy, because he's thinking for quite some time and just calculating and comparing what gives him more chances, taking on f6 or just playing some f3 move. Let's see Adams. So what he played was, after rook e2 he went back to a4. This was a result of a very long thing, so why does he really need that rook on a4? Just defending the pawn on a5 in advance, but probably the reason is something much deeper. Okay, let's see here. So a6, rook c7, rook b6 was played, yeah? Now rook b7 is an idea for white. Not easy at all. I mean, I don't know if there is, let's say, king g7, rook b7, threatening a7, yeah? So takes, and queen c7. Can black establish some sort of blockade here? No idea. Let's say if queen, okay, the queen must, if queen b1, queen b8, yeah? And then maybe something like this, just to blockade these pawns along the same diagonal, and somehow to take care of the f pawn, because the queen can move to f8, and then black should be kind of safe. But okay, rook e7 was played. Okay, no king g7. Let's check the queen endgame. Just checks being given. I guess Kutirov is just looking at the match and just keeping the game going, even though it should be a draw, but just looking over the other boards. So okay, this goes on. Let's see if Hjartarson came up with something. No, I mean, it's half an hour. Okay, now I see the live stream and the game has finished. So 15 minutes in the future we will have a result on board 1 between Shabalov and Hjartarson, and my bet would be on a draw, but we will soon see. Let's check board 3. Okay, the screams that you're hearing are some kids in the lobby, so don't be disturbed, nothing bad is happening. Ehlvest still thinking, okay? Still thinking, so important decision, no? Important decision for sure. Okay, Adams, Kirill, Georgiev. Still no moves from Kirill. And I'm looking at the board. Let me just check if looking at the stream by the way. So they're still there on board 3, you know. I mean, in the match North Macedonia, Colovic, England, 15 minutes in the future, they're still sitting at the boards. I'm not sure if they're playing or not, but they are there. They are there. Even the game on board 4 between Davies and Kutirov is still ongoing. I would be surprised that it's still ongoing, but fine. Let's check the critical game. Rook e7 played. Both players have a lot of time, over 20 minutes. So, well, okay, anything changed? Okay, so actually here we have a development because Black decided to push the d pawn, so d4. But it's funny that the king went all the way to h3. This is very, very surprising. Like, why not just keep the king close in the center? Like, I don't know, king e1 and just be nearby in case this pawn is going. This is really a difficult decision. But I mean, it would be weird if White decided to avoid a draw by provoking Black into playing on. I mean, this is like really strange. What's the king doing on h3? It cannot possibly be good. Like, yeah, no checks, but what's the king doing there? So d4 is natural now that only the queen needs to guard the passed pawn. Queen g5 played now. I mean, this is really strange play by White. I mean, voluntarily removing both pieces from the vicinity of the passed pawn. I mean, really strange play. I mean, may not jeopardize the draw, but still it's very strange. Maybe just White wants to go after some perpetual, but really strange. I mean, the idea is likely to go queen d8 and just give the perpetual, but I don't know. Okay, let's make another round. Shabalov, Hjartarson, still thinking. Black is still thinking. Ehlvest, Arnason. White is still thinking. Boy. Adams. Kirill Gergiev played rook e3. So this will take a while. Stanovsky thinking. Oh, just a second. Is this possible? And if bishop takes a7, and then there is threat of rook b8 and queen, and if queen takes, check here, rook b7, and again the pawn goes. Okay, this may be nice. Okay, if it's correct, maybe let's see if White finds it. It would be a beautiful combination. Okay, that would be fantastic if, like, first of all, it would be a pretty combination, and second, it would just complete the amazing comeback in the game for Stanovsky. Let's see. Okay, board 1. Okay, so this is a perpetual, and so Hjartarson decided to call it a draw, which, like I said, it's to call it a day. Sorry, which, like I said, it's from a perspective of the match, is the wrong choice because they are likely losing on board 3. But okay, what to do? Okay, so we have a perpetual and draw on board 1, and Ehlvest still thinking and deciding to go queen e4. Okay, that's a move I did not consider, attacking both pawns now, but I guess king g7 is met by g5, and the king f7 is what probably black should play, and we'll see then. Okay, it was a result of a long thing, so probably he just calculated the consequences. Yeah, I mean there is also f5, but this just opens the king too much. I don't know if it's just threatening all sorts of stuff, but well, I don't know. Let's see. Check here, and now how does white win? Another check here, another check here, queen f7, and okay, now maybe just they can go after the pawn. I don't know, maybe it's not the best way to do it, but definitely looks scary to push f5. Okay, black's thinking obviously, but okay, there is also queen f7, yeah, but that may allow 98 and 96. Okay, this is definitely very difficult for black to defend, especially with that knight out of the game. So just in gut feeling is that it should be winning for white. So that will be again a great win for the Americans. Yeah. Let's check the dramatic match between North Macedonia, Colovic, and England. Rook a4, rook e3, and g5. Okay, this had to be played to free the king. Now if hg, king g6 is just pretty straightforward, and if h5, keeping the king boxed in, what can black do? Maybe some idea like maybe rook d6 and rook h6 to go after the pawn, or I don't know. Okay, still some things to solve for black. Let's see Stan. Oh, he found it. Wow, well done. Well done. Fantastic. Incredible turnaround. Yeah, incredible comeback. Well, congratulations, Zvonko and Keith. I'm sorry, but you did not deserve to win this game after being given a piece up and then playing in such a way to allow all these things. So incredible result for Team Alkaloid, as they, from a lost match, now they're looking at a drawn one, which keeps them still in contention. Here, nothing has changed. I mean, I wouldn't be surprised if it's ends up with some sort of perpetual, but we'll see. Okay, queen a3, and now it should be just a draw, yeah. But maybe not so much, because queen takes b4 and then queen comes back to e7. So that means that white should take on h5, but then after king e7, okay, probably just another check, yeah. And if the king runs, it's probably a bit too much. Something like maybe here, yeah. Attacking that one, threatening some other checks. But okay, and then maybe, or even just pushing the pawn. So this is probably a bit too much. And after queen h5, the king will stick around and some draw will be agreed. Even though here there is also the option of queen f4 check and take on d4. So that's another idea. But obviously nobody's playing for a win here. which leaves Mickey Adams to now save the match for England. Should have been a winning match for England, but now he should save the match for England with a draw, and that would make the standings so England and North Macedonia, Colovic will have 8 points, which would be 3 points behind USA on 11, provided they win. Italy would be on 10, Iceland would be on 9, and these two teams would be on 8. So tough matches ahead for sure. So let's see what Arnason came up with. Nothing yet, still thinking. Okay, Adams, okay, Kirill Georgiev thinking here. This is a 1-0, and this should be a draw. So basically we have two games that will decide the outcome of the matches. That is Ehlvest Arnason and Georgiev Adams. So the difference being that if Ehlvest wins, USA wins, and if Adams wins, England draws. So HG5 was played. I suppose just King G6. King G6 most likely. So yeah, I mean 3 pawns are a bit too much, yeah? And the problem is that even, for example, let's say King G6, if it goes Rook G8, Black can just go Rook D7 and everything is defended, and he'll just take the pawn, yeah? As this, like Rook E5, just allows this staircase again, yeah? You can't go to H4 because of mate, and if it Black King goes back, then just Rook A2. So White will be 3 pawns down, and 3 pawns down is a bit too much, yeah. Even if 2 of these are doubled, but the pawn in G7 actually is quite useful in protecting the Black King from checks from behind. So should be winning, yeah. Let's check board 4. Okay, White still thinking, but whether to take on D4, whether to take on H5. But maybe he can't take on D4 because there is this problem, yeah. This and now this. So probably not a good idea. That would be a huge shock for the English fans out there. No comments in the chat for quite some hours actually. Tomorrow is a rest day, and well, then we have the last 3 rounds coming. So okay, let's see the future, which is the stream in the playing hall, and Ehlvest is still playing. And looking at the back, okay, Davis finished with Kutirov. I don't see them at the board anymore, and just Kirill and Georgiev and Adams still playing, which is the both crucial games, yeah. So okay, Davis thinking. Let's go back to Ehlvest. Okay, so he played King F7, and now Bishop B2, Knight B5. Okay, forces just avoiding a possible attack later on, because the bishop is like controlling the knight, and now knight b8. Okay, so actually what it's a nice, let's say, play on two weaknesses, because going after the pawn and after queen c8, still knight a6. The point being that queen a6, queen e6 is kind of devastating. Yeah, let's say there, check there, and this mate, or the other mate being on h6, and now queen here probably. Where's the mate? Oh, sorry, here's the mate. So knight a6 and f5. Yeah, so white won the very important passed pawn on a6, and the threat of queen e6 still means that black cannot take the knight on a6. So this should already be winning. I mean, getting closer to the end of the game at least. Yeah. Let's go back to Adams. King g6. So this is still ongoing. 15 minutes in the future. So. They're still there at the board. Okay. They're still at the board. Ehlvest took on f5. gf5 will happen because exchanging queens is pretty hopeless. So gf. Then the queen will retreat, yeah, probably to e2, attacking that knight and keeping still an eye on the e6 square. Maybe queen h5 is also possible in some lines. So Ehlvest on his way to win. Adams, king g6, white is thinking. Arkel did not resign just yet, but after queen e7, bishop e7, a7, queen d5, now rook b8 check, and a8 will happen. And then, well, it's not even a single check that black can give, but okay. He's doing what normally players do when they play for a team, which is they resist till the end, and they resist even in hopelessly lost positions. But what matters is that the game is still ongoing. They are still in the match at least. Yeah, they are not. They don't have a big fat 0 on the scoreboard. So it's oh, Arkel has resigned. Okay, not surprised, but that was expected. But I mean, he will feel devastated after this game. I mean, knowing Keith, he'll be just devastated. But nobody else to blame but himself. Let's check the queen endgame. So queen h5 was played, king f8, king f8, check and check. Okay, this is the draw. Leaving Michael Adams to level the score, which I'm pretty certain he will. So let's go back to Ehlvest. Okay, black thinking here. 18 minutes. Well, he can think, but I don't think it will help much. So we more or less have the results defined, as well the games are moving towards their logical conclusion, and this time I'm not afraid to jinx anybody because it's not as let's say problematic as it was for Keith, even though that should have been a clear win with a piece up, but okay. So let's see if they have this draw. Okay, they're repeating. Davis and Kutirov. Arkel will resign sooner rather than later. And Adams. Okay, King G3 played by Georgiev. I suppose nothing stops black from picking up the pawn on G5. And if some checks, the king can go back to H7, but without mating threats. Let's also check. King G6, G6, Rook E6, King H7, and now the king is safe still. And there are no mating threats anymore. But okay, we'll see what Adams plays. We'll see what he does, but well, just taking the pawn looks most natural. Let's go back to Ehlvest. Gf5, still thinking for black. So okay. Did we have a draw here? Not yet, but we will. Keith waiting for the resignation. And here waiting for Adams to decide when to pick up that pawn. Okay, King G5 played, yeah. So King G5, White's turn, 11 minutes each to finish the game. So no, actually, I mean, fragrance enthusiast Arkel was not much better. He was winning. I mean, clear piece up. So you just have to win those positions. You can't just, I mean, play like he did, all curled up and allowed White to create chances and counterplay, complicate matters, and so on. Maybe he just expected the game to win by itself, but it never really does. That doesn't happen when you play strong opponents, and so he had to step up and win. Instead, he just curled up. You saw the moves that he was making were just on the last rank. You can't win just playing on the last rank. You have to start moving forward, and by doing so, he just allowed White to consolidate, to create counterplay, and we saw what happened. So this is just bad, maybe even bad psychology. I mean, I don't know. I think it's more psychological than actually chess related or technical. Yeah, I think it just he kind of maybe relaxed, expected to win, and maybe expected White to resign. But okay, he doesn't know Zvonko. Zvonko is a really tough player. I mean, he never resigns. He's one of the most resilient players in Macedonia, if not the most resilient player. So he, I mean, just maybe underestimated him for whatever reason. Yeah, but anyway, depended all on him. He had a piece up, so he had to wrap up. Yeah, okay, yeah, but it was just a clear piece up when he won that bishop. He trapped that bishop on b8, and it should have been just done. Yeah. So Ehlvest is still playing 15 minutes from now, which is okay. They are really milking it, and I think in the stream Kirill is also there with Adams, so they okay. Rook A8 played by Kirill. Now the easiest for black is if he manages to exchange one pair of rooks. That will eliminate any possible counterplay that White may have with some different checks or double attacks on a pawn. But for now, that's not so easy to achieve. Okay, now the threat, I guess, is to give check and pick up that pawn. So just some rook d5 defense against that. But yeah, well, still, it will take some time to convert. Did they? Okay, this is just white must give queen h5 check, and this must be a draw and done by now. So let's go back to Ehlvest Arnason. Okay, so black took actually with a queen. Queen f5, gf5, and king f3. Okay, this should be technically winning, yeah. I wonder why he did not try to promote quickly. I mean, I don't know, just moving the knight. And then maybe to c6 and just pushing. Maybe this was faster, but okay, I mean, white can take the time, yeah. King f3 and okay, maybe also latching onto this pawn and then rearranging pieces. Maybe he didn't want to let the knight back via c7. But okay, knight b4 deals with that because it defends the pawn, so we'll see. But definitely this should be winning, yeah. So did Adams come up with, okay, rook d5, as I said, okay, just defending the pawn, guarding against checks along the 5th rank. Can maybe white try rook g8? The idea being if g6, rook e6, but no, because we have the staircase again. So that doesn't work. So what can, okay, if just white waits, something like rook c3, then maybe black can go rook d4 and exchange rooks. So that's another idea. If something like rook a7, let's say g6, rook a6, black can still go rook d4 and exchange rooks. But then maybe this is more viable. Check here. And now this is hanging. g6 is hanging, so I'm with the, but maybe just black can go for mate. Check, go back, and just some, and if any check, king g3, so this is also winning. So we'll see what white chooses here. Okay, so we have the official result. Davis Kutirov draw. Keith still playing, but as we were informed, it was a win for white. So basically we have 2 games ongoing. That's Ehlvest against Arnason and Georgiev against Adams. Well, it appears we won't have guests today either, because you see the games have been long and they have been mostly drawn. So and the players I wanted to invite probably didn't, I mean, either didn't win or they are still playing. So for example, we don't have any policy of inviting everybody once, but we can invite people more than once, as we had Kirill Georgiev twice, for example. So okay, we no guests today, but yeah, let's see. And the problem is that, for example, even when they win their games, if it's a long game, for example, okay, already now it's almost 8 p.m. here, and they started at 3, so 5-hour games they play, and okay, there's also dinner. It starts at 7 p.m. so people are tired and they're hungry, they want to go and eat, and they are not always in the mood to go over the game for like 10-15 more minutes or so. Maybe they're just not in the mood for talking when they're hungry. Everybody has their own reasons, so it just happens that, well, that's the situation we have had. So after king f3 in the Ehlvest game, Arnason went bishop e7, knight b4, freeing the path for the a pawn, bishop d8, attacking the pawn. Now knight c6. Looks natural to hit the bishop and defend the pawn on a5, even though a6 also, I mean, probably both moves will be played one way or another. So either a6 or knight c6, yeah. Let's check Georgiev. Okay, so rook d5 was played, rook a e8, and rook f5. Okay, this is also a very nice way to force the exchange of rooks, which is rook f3. Black will return one pawn, but it's elementary winning position with two extra pawns afterwards. So okay, so black avoids it by playing rook e2. Rook a3 happened, king g2. Now maybe g3, and threatening the same stuff, rook f2. White can't run away forever. But also, I mean, black can just improve. Okay, g6, yeah, makes sense. a4 makes sense. No need to rush. It pays to be sadistic in similar situations because you're just sadistically screwing in the nails in the coffin, for your opponent, just emphasizing the hopelessness of their situation. And I'm pretty sure the vast majority of good players are feeling pretty sadistic in similar situations. Yeah, and it just this feeling of hopelessness with the opponent sometimes prompts them to just resign and get out of there as soon as possible. So g6 is one of those nice, cute little sadistic moves. Okay, let's check Ehlvest, Arnason. So knight c6 was played, king e8. So the king rushes to the queen side, but what about this pawn on f5? What about that pawn, yeah? Yeah, looks pretty hopeless, but yeah, thanks, Fragrance Enthusiast. Thanks for your kind words about my commentary. Have a good evening, yeah, and yeah, I'll stick around to wrap up the round when we finalize the results, even officially, when we see how the games end. That means that I'll have late dinner, but that's okay. So, okay, Ehlvest still playing, and Kirill's playing too. Okay, so the games are still ongoing, yeah. Let's see. g6, rook d2 was played, okay. White can basically wait until black just improves. I mean, black can even achieve the same setup one rank down, or looking from black's perspective, one rank further. Let's say a4. Okay, he played rook b3, then rook f4, g3, king g4, g5, and so on. Okay, he played rook b3, rook a2 was played. Okay, g3 now is possible. I guess rook b4 is also possible to play, maybe a4. Rook b. rook fb5 is possible with the idea of rook b2 check. So many ways to strengthen and improve the position. Okay, both players have around, okay, white has 8 minutes left, black has a bit less than 8 minutes left, so they still have some time to ponder their moves, but it will just speed up, yeah, at some point. Let's go back to Ehlvest. Okay, no king f4, but king e3. Aha, so that's his idea. So knight c7, knight d8. Okay, so he takes the bad bishop from which black was suffering for the whole time. And okay, king d8 obviously, and then likely king d4, king c4, and maybe bishop d4, bishop b6 to get rid of the knight, and then maybe king b5, but we will see. Not sure this was entirely necessary, but okay. Ehlvest has his own ways, yeah. 4 minutes for him and 8 for Arnason. So okay, king d8, king d4, that was played. Let's see what Adams chose. Okay, fb5, one of the moves I mentioned. The threat is rook b2 to exchange one pair of rooks. So now, well, rook e2 should be played if white wants to avoid the exchange. But like I said, that exchange will inevitably happen with ideas like, let's say, g3 and then giving a check on f2, even if that means returning one pawn. Yeah. That's not really the problem, because the ensuing rook endgame is kind of easily winning. So well, pretty desperate for white, but okay, he's been lost for quite some time, but okay, it's okay. Rook e2, and now Adams played rook 3b4. The idea is to enable for a4, and then rook a5, and then a3. Yeah, then maybe rook b3 will happen. That will fix white's rooks on the second rank. And then one idea is, for example, to play king h4, g3, and then give check on f2. And when everything is exchanged on f2, okay, black will have a rook behind the passed pawn. Yeah, and then the g pawn just marches, or the king marches towards this rook in front of the pawn. So several ideas how to win, but okay, we will see what Adams chooses. So let's check Ehlvest's game. King d4, black is thinking. I mean, in view of the kind of limited let's say space here on the queen side, I mean, maybe black can hope for something, but his problem is actually that this pawn is also on a dark square. So something like king c4 means that the knight must stay on c7 to guard against king b5, and then some attack on how is the attack on d6 dealt with? Yeah, if the king stays on d7 and just hoping for some sort of a fortress, yeah, then the bishop can be rerouted, let's say, to b6, yeah, and to attack the knight. And if the knight moves, then king b5 happens and the pawn marches. So it's difficult to defend against all this. Initially I thought white would go after the f5 pawn, but maybe he can just win here on the queen side. Okay, let's see what happened here. King f2 was played, a4, as we expected. Yeah, rook a1. So king f2 was played so that rook e1 is possible. Now rook b2 does not attack the rook, so black can capture on a4. That's the point. But of course black will never, white can capture on a4, but black will never give away that pawn. Yeah, so now probably rook a5 followed by a3, I suppose. Even though ideas like king h4 or king even king f4 are possible, but again, let's see what black chooses. Yeah, what black chooses. So what was played here? Okay, nothing yet. So okay, I'll just switch the board so that it just appears in my notation properly. Okay, so king d4, king d7, king c4, king c8. Yeah, so the king is going towards the queen side, but what happens if that pawn is attacked? Yeah, or it can be attacked from f4, which may be even better, because then from f4 is just one short step to e3 and b6 to go after the knight. So okay, bishop f6 played. Maybe the idea is to attack from e7, and if the king goes to b7, then bishop d8 can go after the knight. So more than one way to play. So okay, let's check the rook endgame. Okay, something happened. Yeah, so okay, king f5 was played, rook a3, check on f4, king g2, rook b3, rook a1, a3. Okay, so systematically just advancing. Yeah, systematically advancing. They're still playing in 15 minutes in the future. It appears so, as all the other games have finished, so they appear to be still playing. Ehlvest is still playing. That's easy to see because it's closer to the camera. So what happened there? Okay, king d7, now bishop d4. Yeah, this was the idea. The king stays to guard the pawn, but then the bishop goes to attack the knight. Fast play by Ehlvest, and by now they have... Arnason had more than 10 minutes advantage on the clock, but now both have 5 minutes left. So things have sped up. Okay, a3, rook c2 played. King g5. Okay, just if check, then rook f5. There is also rook b2. I mean, that was also, I guess, possible. More than 7 minutes left for Georgiev, more than 6 for Adams. It's I mean, it's just a matter of time, I think. Well, now it appears that it's finished, so Adams likely won, and Ehlvest still playing. So let's see that one. So bishop d4, king c8, bishop b6, knight a6. So this is black's plan, trying to hold some sort of a fortress. King b5, king b7, yeah? Okay, f3. Some tempo. Maybe the bishop can just maneuver, but not of great importance. I mean, if black will likely lose because of some Totson here. But it still needs to be played on the board. Let's say something like king b7, king b5, knight b8. Let's say bishop d8, knight a6, bishop c7, yeah, and wins up. Okay, not necessarily check, knight e8, yeah, some precision still required, yeah. So let's see, king b7, king b5, knight b8, bishop there, knight a6. Well, at first sight I don't see it, but should be somehow there. At least that's the feeling I get. Okay, the game finished, and most likely Ehlvest won. I see it on the live stream, but we still need to see the moves on the board. Let's check. Adams, not happened. So rook a1, a3, rook c2, king e5 was played, yeah, or played or put on the board as black won, because you know when black wins you put kings on e5 and d4, and so it's either that or black wants to go king d4, king d3, and have to help the a pawn somehow. But it's definitely not the move I expected, but okay. It just opens up to some checks, but maybe it was just resignation on White's part, and the king was put on e5, yeah. So let's check Ehlvest. f3, black is thinking, so last 3 minutes. So the playing hole is empty. You can see that on the stream. All games have finished. So we are waiting for the final moves of these very, very, very important games. Okay, king e5 still, but I guess this was the end of the game because White resigned, as well, no moves are ongoing, and we don't see the times on the clocks, because you know normally we have down here or up there the clock times, and here we don't see them, so that means that the clocks have been switched off and the game has finished. So we just have one more left. Ehlvest on, okay, knight b8 played by black. Knight b8, king b7, knight a6, that's what he'll shuffle around. And White needs to find the decisive Totson here. So let's try to find it, yeah? Let's think. Okay, maybe one idea is actually to, okay, bishop d4, king b7. Why exactly to d4? One idea is actually to go after the f5 pawn. Let's say bishop c3, and then the king goes to collect that pawn. There is one possible idea, yeah? Okay, just remove the arrows. That is possible, and in a way, okay, just means that perhaps White can't break through on the queen side, but then again that pawn on f5 turns out to be the fatal second weakness. We will see. Okay, 4 minutes. Okay, king b7 played. Okay, now we're getting a lot of moves in quick succession. So king b7, knight, king b5, knight a6, bishop f6, check. Yeah, king c4. Now the threat is bishop e7. Yeah, and then black is just stretched, knight e8. Yeah, and then perhaps even going after the pawn on f5, and then king e6 happening. Yeah, let's say king d4, king a6, maybe bishop d8 first, and then just go after the f5 pawn. So eventually we can't run away from the eternal principle of two weaknesses. Okay, 4 minutes left for white. Sorry, yeah, both players. I mean, 4:58 according to the clock here for Ehlvest, and on less than 4 minutes for black, but not much. Okay, king a6 played. Now likely either bishop e7 or bishop d8, because black doesn't really threaten to take the pawn, as bishop d8 just pins the knight. But then again, okay, then we have a pawn in game, and maybe that's not just winning. Yeah, because black can keep the opposition, or maybe not. Okay, bishop d8 just defending, so the knight moves. b5 or e8. Wherever it goes, I think the king will march towards the pawn on f5. Let's see where black decides to move the knight, but it shouldn't really matter as the king goes to f4. And it's funny that, I mean, for example, when the knight is on e8, and let's say white starts to go towards the pawn on f4, black cannot really leave the a pawn, because king c5, a6, and the pawn promotes. So black cannot even create counterplay by going after the pawn on d5. So it's really tied down. So knight b5 played. Okay, I'll just... Okay, all these games. Okay, we have the official results. So that was that. Okay, let me see the last move of the game. If that was... Not, it wasn't king e5, it was just that white resigned here, yeah. So let's go back to the game by Ehlvest. Knight b5 played, and now I suppose just king d3. Let's see. Okay. What Ehlvest decides to do here. I mean, bishop b6 is obviously a possible move, but I just think that somehow at one point he should go after the pawn on f5. Well, Still thinking. Okay, so king d3 was played, okay, as expected. King b7, bishop b6, king a6, and just I guess the idea for black is that if king e3 now, then knight c3 may be a bit problematic, yeah, and forces the king to go back. So maybe still some maneuvering is required, yeah. So let's check. King c4 was played, okay. Now the knight must move, so knight a3 check. Knight a3 check. Now if king d3, knight b5 back, if king d4 still the same. So maybe king, let's say king b4, knight b5, still bit, maybe then bishop f2 or something, intending bishop g3. Yeah, okay, king b3 played, knight must go back. I'll just switch the board just for a second to have the moves from the transmission as main line. So king b3, knight must go back to b5, okay, and then maybe some king b4 Totson, yeah. I mean, black must play f4, but then just the bishop picks up that pawn, bishop d8, bishop g5, yeah. So nice Totson to end up the game, yeah. And if the knight goes to b1, for example, okay, just risks being lost, yeah. Bishop e3, king a5, king b2, and the knight has no squares to go to. And let's say, like we said, knight b5, king b4, and it's a complete zugzwang, except for f4, but then just bishop d8 and just collect the pawn, yeah. So let's see what black decides to do, which way to lose, basically. Two and a half minutes, so the last moments when some time can be spent. Not that it will change the outcome, but still, hope dies last, as they say. But maybe he can try, like I said, okay, king b4, okay, f4, but now maybe, okay, if bishop d8, then maybe knight d4 and going after this pawn, but probably more precise is bishop g1, but then knight c7, yeah. Okay, maybe then king c4, king a5, bishop h2, but okay, then we go in circles again, yeah. Then this pawn, okay, then this is not that clear actually. I mean, maybe it's winning, but still takes a long time. But okay, let's say knight b5, okay, king b4 should be played, I guess. f4, but maybe now the king just walks towards the pawn like this. Okay, knight a3, king, let's say here, check. Okay, still there's the trick on c3 is annoying, yeah. So, but he played knight b1, yeah. I just think now he loses the knight after bishop e3, right? Just losing the bishop, the knight. Okay, this was, I think, more resilient to go knight b5 and f4. Okay, bishop, knight b1, just I think after bishop e3 drops the knight, and that's pretty much it. Okay, definitely players were tired at the end. He must have tried knight b5 and f4, and then still trying to hang on by that thread of, well, that keeping that check on c3. But then again, probably what white would have done is just repeat and end up in the same situation, and then it's a total Totson without f4. So just maybe triangulate with the king. Yeah, let's see. Okay, so this was played. Yeah, bishop e3, king a5, king b2, and it's game over. So here f4, and then just triangulate here. Okay, king c3, knight b5, king b4, and now it's complete Totson. Okay, this is the best. This is the way. Yeah, knight cannot move, king cannot move, and there is no f4 anymore. Okay, so winning the knight and winning the game. So it's well, a really tough but most important victory for Ehlvest against Arnason, winning the duel of the leading between the two leading teams. Okay, king he took the knight. He will lose the pawn on d4, d5, but one pawn is more than enough here with the bishop. So it's an elementary win. Well, tough day today for everybody, but most of all I think for Keith Arkell, who well, from a completely winning position and a one match for the English team, made it 2-2, and still keeping the host team of North Macedonia, Colovic, in contention. Well, good news for the home fans. So, as this is really elementary and pretty much done, I think we will be finally wrapping up this very long stream today. I hope you enjoyed it, and it was a proper stream, to before the rest day, to squeeze everything up. Okay, we also have the result 1-0. So that's pretty much it, yeah. So, okay, thank you for being with us today. Exciting games, turnarounds, all sorts of shocking things. But the tension in the championship still remained more in S50 than in S65, where Germany is really trouncing everybody. Tomorrow is a free day, rest day. Hope you rest. I'm pretty sure I will. Thanks again for being here, and I will see you the day after tomorrow. Stay safe and good evening.